हेलो
हेलो हेलो।
ये आसमां भी उतर जाएगा आएगा जमी पर। ये आसमां भी उतर आएगा जमी पर। बस इरादों में जीत की हुकार होनी चाहिए। गौर फरमाइएगा। ये आसमां भी उतर आएगा जमी पर। बस इरादों में जीत की हुकार होनी चाहिए। ये बादल भी आ जाएगा आपकी खिदमत में। बस गूगल क्लाउड की बात होनी चाहिए। सो गिव अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर सीसीडी।
They say every cloud has a silver lining, but Google Cloud has a gold mine of innovation waiting just for all of you.
Why dream of floating in the clouds when you can conquer with the power of Google Cloud?
So today we are here to celebrate the gathering of a vibrant and dynamic community that is at the forefront of technology and innovation. And its sole motto is
Connect, learn, and grow.
We are here to connect with all of you, keep doing your networking activities. We are here to learn from the esteemed speakers that we have with us, and we are here to grow and make ourselves the best.
So, good morning,
Indore.
We
No
are
response? Come on.
okay, so let's do it again, okay? Good,
Good
morning,
morning,
Indore.
Indore.
No, once again, मजा नहीं आया.
Okay.
Good morning,
Morning,
Indore.
We are expecting good morning from all of you, if that is not clear. Okay, just the last time. Good
morning, Indore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is amazing.
Sachita, what do you think about our audience? Are they ready for the event?
I think they are. Let's just ask them.
Okay, so everyone, can we see the excitement from all of you? Are you ready? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay.
Wow, that's what we expected.
Now one question may arise in your mind that who we are, right? Like which must have been answered till now, but if it's still there, let's see.
Well, we are the GDG Cloud Indore community, a community of passionate individuals who believe in the power of collaboration, learning, and growth. We are here to support you, answer your questions, and create a platform for meaningful connections.
Before we begin, let's take a moment to appreciate the power of cloud computing and how Google Cloud has revolutionized the digital space.
Absolutely. With the scalable infrastructure, advanced machine learning capabilities, and robust security measures, Google Cloud empowers business and individuals to harness the potential of data and drive innovation. So, why have your head in the clouds when you can have your entire business up there with Google Cloud?
Now one question with all of you. How many of you know about CCD? What
All
about
of-
those who are not raising the hands?
Like you are sitting in CCD, you should have known about it. Okay, how many of you know about CCD? With the raise of hands. Anybody who would like to answer what is CCD? And what are you expecting out of this event? Anybody who would like to volunteer for this?
Anyone?
Anybody who would like to answer? Let's make this an interactive one, and then let's not just be us talking and you not speaking. So yeah, anybody who would like to answer what is CCD?
Just show some energy. Anyone?
Okay, we have someone over there.
Okay, please pass on the mic.
Mike.
Where?
Hello. So CCD is Cloud Community Days, in which we will be introducing the new technologies of cloud that are recently, we can say, organized or recently released by different new startup members or new people who are working in the industry right now. So as I also part of the last year CCD, so that was also an amazing event and introduction of new technologies, new ideas in the CCD. So majorly CCD always conduct an introduction about new technologies that you can use in your daily life and maybe contribute in their programming or in the technology so that they can make it better. Thank you.
Huge round of applause for him. At least he taken initiative and very well explained.
So thank you for the answer. Everyone knows, of course, but let me just shed a little more light on CCD. It stands for Cloud Community Days. It's a global initiative that brings together cloud enthusiasts, experts, and learners like all of us to explore and celebrate the world of computing.
And Sachita, it's my pleasure to guide you through this journey of innovation and discovery.
So now, without further ado, let's embark on this incredible journey of knowledge and innovation with our esteemed speakers, who are ready to unleash a storm of insights.
And Sachita, we are forgetting something, right?
What?
We also have lot of surprises for them, right? Surprises word सुनकर सबके मन में ये ख्याल तो नहीं आता है? आता है या नहीं आता?
I know many
किसके
of you
किसके में
are over
आता
here.
है? Raise your hands.
So everybody loves goodies. It's not like something that is unknown. So yeah, we have a lot of goodies for you, but for that you will have to be interactive and keep asking questions. In that way, even our speakers will like to have a presentation and session going on. I see many of you clicking pictures, so we would like you to add these hashtags while posting your pictures on social media. Our hashtag is hashtag GDG Indore, hashtag GDG Cloud Indore, hashtag WTM Indore, hashtag GCCD Indore 23. You can also tag us on our social media handles. It's @GDG Cloud Indore, @GDG Indore, and WTM Indore. So fasten your seatbelts, cloud enthusiasts. It's time to let your imagination soar and discover the boundless possibilities that await us in Google Cloud. I can assure you, today it's going to rain intellects and smiles. Let's not wait anymore and begin the season of clouds.
So ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to extend to you very warm welcome on behalf of GDG Cloud Indore, who has clubbed all of us here to Cloud Community Days Indore 2K23.
Okay, so before starting, let us introduce ourselves. We are your hosts for today. My name is Shachita Jain. I am a software developer, senior software developer at Everts Microsystems. I am GDG Cloud co-organizer and also WTM ambassador. So if you want to join the community, get to know more about the events, you can always reach out to me. And yeah, let's begin the session. Anurag.
And myself, Anurag Mishra, I am a core member of GDG Cloud Indore, and that's all about me. Rest you can Google it. Okay.
Google it. He's very famous.
The driving factors of our event are our amazing line of speakers. We have a jam-packed agenda with a lot of learning, networking, and exploring. So audience, get ready and make most of it.
So the speakers that we have will cover a diverse range of topics from Google Cloud's value proposition for developers to FinOps and cultural shifts in cloud spending, from the cloud store advancements to building ML-powered web applications and choosing the perfect compute options. So how many of you have gone through our agenda? Very less. Very less? Come on. Okay, so in case you haven't seen the agenda, you can always go through it on our social media platforms. We have an amazing lineup of speakers who are just waiting to deliver their sessions for you. So yeah, let's just start with the sessions. We have our amazing sponsors without whom this event wouldn't have been possible. So thanks to each and every sponsor that we had in our event. Get ready to explore the endless possibilities of Google Cloud as we uncover how it's shaping the future of development. For that, we have with us Mr. Roman Irani, developer advocate at Google, a mentor, a person who loves to learn, write, and talk. And also, he is a big dog lover. So yeah, give it up for Mr. Roman Irani.
Yeah, and before welcoming him, like by the way, can anyone guess how many dogs he owns? Like
He used to own.
he used to own how many dogs? Any guesses? 1, 2, whatever. 8, no.
We are not
4,
accepting
no.
correct answers.
We are not expecting right answers in initials. Please give wrong answers. No, 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 not 100.
I think somebody gave the right answer. It's 6. He used to
Yeah.
own 6 dogs. So yeah, he's a big dog lover as well. So yeah, give it up for Mr. Roman Irani.
Yeah, everyone. Woo! Okay, your slides are not there. So
Okay, so I have
is
to.
it working? Like just check laptop. I guess it's not of any use for you.
I might need it.
No, you can maybe do from that only.
Do I prefer to walk? That's why.
Okay,
Okay,
so
so you can use then.
you need the clicker. Okay, I'll have to. So is this the USB port or?
You can keep this out. Let's try.
Okay, let's. We add this.
Okay, I'll just go into the slide mode and see that.
We just need to check the clicker.
Okay,
Yeah, it's working fine.
it's fine.
It's fine.
Is this on? Or do I have to do something?
I guess it's on. Yeah, it's on.
All right, folks, good morning, everyone. Hi. Okay. Thanks, first of all, for the warm invite and also getting the count right. It's good to know that. By the way, I like all animals, so, it's fair game. Okay. What I have today is a wide range of areas that I want to actually take up within Google Cloud. And the whole idea is to just talk about what is the value proposition that Google Cloud has for developers. And during this, I'll take you all through various tools, various resources, and really try to target that if you as a developer want to develop for Google Cloud, then what would be the areas that you would expect as a developer, right? And then I'll try and map it to what's there in Google Cloud for you. Of course, during the next few sessions, you will be taken through various topics in any case, ranging from where you should be running your, applications to the whole warehouse stuff to FinOps, there's ML. So you'll obviously get to know details out there, but over here it just brings you a picture in terms of what's there for developers. So let's get started. And maybe just to keep it interactive, right? Just think of Google Cloud as a platform. What would you as a developer expect from the platform? Some words, some points. Ease of use. What else? Just keep throwing those words. Scalability, performance. As a developer, think, right? Personally, what would you like? Sorry? Accuracy. Okay. Speed. Okay, speed. Even your own, like development which you're doing should be high availability. Developer, right? Think of developer. What do you want? So, sure, you've kind of given me a few points out here, right? But it's not part of my demo, but still. Okay. All right. But just, many things that you mentioned around speed, around ease, scalability, etc., right? Typically, right, I'm just clubbing them into 3 areas right now. So one is to do with speed. Again, we'll talk about what speed means. The other thing is completeness, individual skill development, right? When we talk about speed, primarily you're saying that as a developer, you want to get the job done. You want to get the job done quickly. You want to remove various inefficiencies that are there typically in a developer workflow while working with it, right? Just the whole pain of development, right? Compiling and building and testing and doing that circle again and again and again, right? So basically your ability to say yes to a task so that you can complete it within a reasonable amount of time, that's primarily what we are talking about, speed. The other thing, completeness, right? And again, we'll go into each one of this, is more about does the platform have a good range of services that helps you do your task. So across various things, right? Whether it's compute or data or ML, right? Basically, it has a range of services, many of them fully managed, etc., so that it makes your task easier. Plus, for those of you who are working and deploying this for organizations, you know that you also need that there needs to be some kind of enterprise features. Where's my data? Is it like secure? Can I, even look at things like scalability, availability, resiliency? Where is everything hosted? So some of those things, right? Completeness in terms of even documentation. Are there enough tutorials? Are there enough code labs? Are there, like when I want answers from the platform when I'm stuck up, what's really there to help you there? And third part, right, is equally important. You want to be investing your time into a platform where you feel that you are actually growing with it, learning something new, it helps you in your career, etc. That's a given, right? We can't ignore that point too. So given all of these 3 things, I'm going to start doubling down into each one of them and at the right time show you a few demos of how everything comes together, or an attempt to just show you how everything comes together. So first up, speed, right? I'll just maybe reiterate some things, but now what I'm going to be telling you in terms of speed is to look at specific things within Google Cloud Platform, and then I'll sort of switch over to some of the demos also. And at that particular point, I'm using my phone's network, and I hope that things work. Anyway. So when it comes to speed, right, first is, of course, you need to have a full range of services. So if you're looking at like just a VM or some serverless platform, maybe compute type, or if it's to do a range of data services, or it's to do with ML. By the way, how many of you have tried maybe one code lab in Google Cloud Platform? Fair enough. How many of you have never tried Google Cloud Platform? That's okay. Okay, all right. Just gives me some idea in terms of this. Now, as a developer, right, the second point which you see, right, that if you're told to develop applications, you need to access these services. And the way you can access these services, keeping aside REST API, etc., is you might be familiar with a programming language, which could be your favorite or the one which you're most comfortable about. So how do you sort of program over there? So is there a range of libraries that we provide in multiple languages that make this possible, right? And then, of course, faster prototyping and building this. These are just not just words, but I'll actually show that to you, that when you're developing, right, one of the biggest pain points is You're making a smallest of code change, then you need to build stuff, you need to deploy it, you need to run some tests. Maybe you have to do this cycle over and over and over again. So even if you get a little bit of efficiency, where you don't have to do too much of context switching or knowing too many tools, you'll see that it really makes you productive. So really, you need that in a platform in some way or the other. Recently, we've also released something called Jumpstart Solutions, and I'll show you that. Is about that everyone says, how do I start learning about Google Cloud? Are there some well-known architectures? Are there some ready-to-deploy applications which show code, let me modify things, deploy it, so that I can get started quickly? So I'll talk about that. And the whole demo is going to be about inner loop of development. Anyone here knows what an inner loop of development is? Are you developers, all of you? Develop something, at least at some point in time. So obviously you've experienced this, and here we are just talking about the fact that you're in an IDE, Visual Studio Code. How many of you used it? That's pretty much falls into what I want to show next, which is good. But again, the point is, if you're familiar with that environment, right, you're making some code change, maybe you need to then run some unit tests, maybe you need to then build something out there, test it out, you have to switch between environments, think of it this way. How many of you have used Docker containers? Okay. So what's the biggest problem that you have when you're doing this development? But I don't mean a problem, but inefficiency, right? Is just that whole cycle, smallest of changes would require that you make that change, make an image, deploy it in an environment, test it out. If something is wrong or you want to go back, the cycle continues, right? And it literally takes minutes out there. And I'm not even talking about tools like a Docker or a local, maybe a Minikube, and then you have to switch to the actual cloud provider and all of that. So many things going on, right? So you really need a platform to address this in some way or the other. We'll take a look at that. Before I go there, right, I'll just switch over to the range of services. So just to step back, right, I'm going to talk about some of these points here. When we say range of services, what is some way that you can actually go about and just take a look at the entire span of services that we have. So, first up, seen this ever before? Cloud cheat sheet? Some of you may have, but maybe this is one way, and this is where I want to keep switching. Please tell me at the end. If you get too noisy, it means you can't see my screen, so please tell me if it's visible enough. So if I go to this cheat sheet that I got in front of me over here, let me see if my network is working, and it's working, hopefully. Okay. So anyway, this is just one visualization of various services that we have. So this is a quick way by which you can actually just take a look, whether it's compute or storage or database, and go to the respective product if you like. So a quick way by which you can see various services that are out there and what they do. This is one angle. The next thing, right, is go back to the is maybe I'll just switch over to the demos or at least the actual sites after going through a few slides. That will just make it a little bit more efficient. The next thing I was talking about is that each and every service in cloud, right, has the APIs behind the scenes. So this is again one particular page, cloudgoogle.com APIs. Whichever service, whatever APIs that you're interested in, or whatever be the APIs available for that service, you can get it from this particular page. The next thing I wanted to talk about is variety of programming language support. Whatever be your programming language of preference, you've got libraries that are out there available in each of these. Architecture tool. How many of you have come across this tool? An architecture tool? Okay, not much show of hands, but again, this is a great way by which, let me go there for a moment and show you what we make possible, right? So, you're at the cheat sheet, and at the same sheet, you've got this architecture tool. And this is where you can actually build out your own architecture diagrams if you wish to with different services. But you will also see this range of reference architectures which we have over here, right? And Let me see if I can. So basically, let's say any of these also, if you are interested, you can, let's delete this. And any of the reference architectures, if you want, you could literally, sorry, drop them out there, right? And you get a reference architecture of those services. And the other thing which you should note, I hope it's visible, there's something there down called open and zoom more. Okay. But as you go down there, there's an open-end cloud shell. And what this actually does also is it opens up the cloud shell for you. It then, for that reference architecture, this will take a little bit of few seconds or so. But behind the scenes, it will go and tell you, can I go ahead and deploy this solution for you? So literally, you get to know not just the solution diagram, but as you can see out here, it's telling you, can I actually build it out? Of course, this font is a little bit small, but you can see it says, okay, this is what I'm going to deploy. And as you go ahead, it'll walk you through the steps of deploying it. So this is a great way also to learn. Go to the reference architectures that interest you, see them, and then with a single click, you can literally deploy it in your project and see that whole thing in action. Now, moving forward, there's this Jumpstart solutions that I talked about, right? This is something that's recently got released about a few weeks back. 12 solutions that have been made available for you. These ones which you see over here, 12 of them addressing different use cases, starting from a simple 3-tier app to a web app, etc., etc. So any one of these, right, is the same thing you can go and deploy. So if I go back to that particular console, let me close this. So I can go to the main console and you see your products and solutions, and within this you've got the Jumpstart solutions. And this, if I just reduce this a bit, you got the entire list of solutions that are out there. So even for example, a 3-tier web app, if you want to deploy, see how it's brought together, you can just take a look at that. It tells you what the services are, the diagram. The interesting thing is it also tells you the cost of running the solution of this sort for a month or so. So you get the whole pricing calculator and other things also in place. And all of this stuff you can deploy immediately into a project of your choice, and you'll have the whole thing set up. So again, the reason I'm showing you these things is that usually the challenge we have is how do people start off with Google Cloud? People say that we've done the certifications, but we are still struggling to put together an overall solution, combining different services. So that's why these Jumpstart solutions that you see, these are the first of 12 and of many more that we'll continue to release. So you can basically then see how some of the popular architectures are coming together. These are provided with Terraform scripts and everything, so that you can also modify it further if you want for your project. And all of this is installed within your project, so everything belongs literally to you, right? So this is another way you can get going. Again, we are talking about speed here. How can I get started? How can I deploy something quickly? How can I learn something quickly? That's the whole premise out here. So, again, moving forward, Cloud Shell Editor, if you use Google Cloud, you will find that's really your VM in the cloud. It comes with various of the, either tools as well as programming language support. You don't have to really set up a whole development environment locally if you wish to. You can use a Cloud Shell itself to do the work. Now, I'll just move over to a demo, and that's really what the focus I want to talk about. But just before I get to that, I want to talk about these two things, right? And please pay attention, because then I'll just jump over to the demo. Is something called the inner loop and outer loop, right? So inner loop is where there's the developer, right? You're actually doing your coding, you're building, you're testing it out, and that cycle continues. You go over it again and again and again. But once you feel it's good enough to deploying in a particular environment, you maybe push it to a source code repository. And once that happens, basically the outer loop which you see kicks off. And the outer loop then probably does its own set of tests and plans for a release, puts it in an environment, and then of course it goes off from there. But really as a developer, you are on the left side, which is the inner loop. And this is where I want to show you various tools that we have, right? And the challenges. So the challenges, in a sense, think about it, right? Just that if you make the smallest of changes, you need to build out the Docker image. You need to then launch that. You need to test it out. If that is not as per your expectations, or if a test fails or two, you go back and do that whole thing again. Plus so many tools to learn about, right? Whether it's Docker, whether it's Minikube, switching between environments. There's just this whole complexity out here. So that's why we've got Cloud Code. How many of you have heard that, or at least know, that within VS Code, we've got a plugin or an extension that works with Google Cloud? Just a show of hands. How many of you have used it? Okay, it's fine. So my goal here is to actually show you how you can really optimize that inner loop, right? That's the whole idea out here. And you'll find that it's got various support for different services. So let me just switch straight away into that. And that's really the crux of this whole session. And pay attention because there are various features that I'll show you, okay? So first up, once you install the extension, right, you've got something out here called Cloud Code. And when you click out here, you find that it lets you do multiple things. You can create an application completely from here, or maybe do things like running the whole application that's generated, etc. So for example, if you just click on new application, you will find it tells you what stuff. Is it a Kubernetes app? Is it a Cloud Run app? Is it a Cloud function? So on, right? So you can actually, and even depending upon your language. So suppose Cloud Run, right? You click that. It says which language. It generates that code out for you. Gives you a starter template, a starter project in VS Code that you can literally run locally and even deploy into an environment. And I'll not like generate that sample application, but what I wanted to show you is, if you see this Cloud Code extension and focus on the left side, you will find that it actually integrates. I'm not in Cloud Console, by the way. For those of you who've been using Google Cloud, I have not gone to the console. I'm still in my local environment here in VS Code with the Cloud Code extension, right? So whether it's Compute Engine or even Cloud Run or Cloud Functions, if there are deployed already in production, it'll start pulling it down. You can switch between your projects also if you want from over here. This is my account and my project. So typical login you can do and get to your projects. Now, what I'm going to do is that this particular application that I generated, right? So it's an app with vulnerabilities. Don't worry about the word vulnerabilities out here. But this is a simple Node.js app that was generated from the Cloud Code extension itself. Now, look at the way I could stay within my environment out here. And if I want to run this, all I'm doing is I'm going here and I'm just saying run on the local Cloud Run emulator. I could even deploy it if I want to from directly here itself. But just to show you the inner development loop, I can say run it on the local cloud emulator. And what this is doing, quite a few things happen. And if you see, those of you are familiar with Minikube and other things, literally this is not your Cloud Run environment up in the cloud. It's a local emulated environment over here, or basically on my machine. So it's actually starting the application and deploying it as a container within Minikube. Now, once it starts up, which it has, let me just go back here, right? It's actually given me this URL, and if I follow this, this is the application, just a basic template that is given. So I'm able to launch it. I'm accessing it from over here. Now, just focus what I do next, which is I go to the extension, Now, you should know where it's running, right, which is locally. So if I go here, you can find that there is a local Cloud Run cluster that it has started. And this whole thing that I see over here, where there is deployment, it's got actually a pod that also it's created, and these are live and running things. Now, think about it for a moment, right? Let's say you want to make a change. You realize how difficult this would be in a typical environment. If you make a change, you'll have to use some Docker build again, Docker push, maybe a Docker run, bring it up again, etc., etc. But have you heard of a tool called Scaffold, open source one? So Scaffold is used behind the scenes to just make the whole continuous development process easier. So see what I do. I go to this particular page, let's say, and I say maybe I just make a change during GDG Indore 2023. I just save this file. Now that I've saved it, it started to build again behind the scenes. You just notice there. So I have not launched any separate commands. I've just said, I've done the change. Can you do a live reloading into the container, etc., etc. And you'll find that it's completed that stuff. And if I go back there, you can see here, that's the small change that I introduced out here. Now, things can get further interesting. This is the deployment. How many of you are familiar with Kubernetes concepts here? A deployment, a pod, etc., etc. So here I've got this same deployment, right? And I've also got this number of pods which are, where is that? That's one, and this deployment. Desired replicas are one. I can actually go right here and say, hey, let's make it 3. And see what happens. You see that yellow, it's becoming green, it's becoming green. So we are right here within the environment. I've not gone anywhere. And I'm literally changing the YAML file, doing an apply. We're still here in the environment and everything works, right? Now, another thing, let's stop this. And let's do something more interesting, which is, let's go here and say, debug on this emulator. Let's hope it all succeeds. So once the debug thing gets true, let's give it a minute, not a minute, a few seconds. So literally now, I'm within VS Code, Cloud Code extension, a sample application. I'm running this in debug mode, and I'm going to do now things like, okay, once it started, let's go to, let's say, the file, and where do we put a breakpoint? Let's do this template thing. I go in and put a breakpoint here. Now I go back to my UI. So what was that port forwarding which was done? I click that, there it is. It's broken back here as I went and refreshed that page. Now I can do all normal stuff here. So for example, if there was this data variable that I wanted to inspect, I could be right here. Maybe I look at this data, I probably get a little bit more adventurous with this whole thing and say, let's set a value. Maybe instead of local, I'll just say, maybe make it remote, just a test. And I say, go ahead. Standard debugging stuff. And see here, right? So any point in time, right, instead of this, I remove the breakpoint, I do a refresh, it's fine. I come in here, I put in a breakpoint, do a refresh, it breaks. I'm still within, as you can see, I've not touched anything outside. Neither have I worried about Dockerizing the application, pushing it to a local repo, upgrading it, etc., etc. Everything right here, right? So let's disconnect. Let's stop this. So again, this is just to show you. And all of this stuff you could have even still deployed even in production and seen all of those things. Now I'll show you some more features which are extremely important as you develop software. And just think about it. You see these problems. Now all of us know that there's no way we can develop applications today without using some dependency, some third-party library or two. But the whole problem, and this is what secure software, supply chain, and all these buzzwords are thrown at you. In short, what it means is you need to be very clear what are the third-party dependencies you're using in your application. There could be known vulnerabilities that are out there. Similarly, things like open source licenses. Not everything is free. Open source doesn't mean free. It can sometimes create problems for organizations where certain libraries which follow a certain open source licensing is not allowed, right, as you build your software. So we've got this feature in Cloud Code itself. Now, if you see here, right, where do these dependencies come from? So this is a Node app, so I'm just showing you package.json. But if you were a Java developer, you could have looked at your Maven, the pom.xml. If you were a Go one, you could have looked at your Go dependencies, etc. Now, what it's pointing out here is that there is a known vulnerability that we know about for this particular library, the Axios one, right? So what I'm going to do now is just, maybe this is the version I was using, 0.21. I didn't know. I just included it because I saw a demo or a sample code somewhere on the web and I included this line. But it's telling you there is a high CVE vulnerability, right, that is known. So what could be a new one maybe that probably addresses it? So I'm just showing you here that this is the Axios NPM package, whatever, online. And maybe I'll just use 140, the latest version. Hopefully that's fixed in it, right? So I go there and I say, please change this to 140. I save it. You see that? It's disappeared. Because behind the scenes, we check these things. And then we say, okay, there's no one. So this is a way by which you can enforce. When you say security needs to shift left, more towards the developer, these are some of the toolings that we are talking about. It will not allow you to build. Of course, if you have the right settings in VS Code, it won't even let you build it. But it shows you these warnings. Similarly, see those licenses that are not allowed. So what I do over here is, I've got this file in which I say, allow these licenses and not the others, right? So maybe as a test, I'll just say, okay, for now, maybe I don't know too much, so I'll just put a star and say, okay, allow all the licenses. Just take it. All the problems gone. So this is how it works behind the scenes. You can set a lot of such rules. Again, if you bring it back, you'll see these warnings come up accordingly. Or if you allow a certain one, whatever way, right? So I don't need to show all the examples. But this is just showing you that you can actually protect, ensure that you're using the right libraries with the vulnerabilities that are not out there. So this is pretty much what I wanted to show you, from this whole inner loop experience, the Cloud Code, and the extension that's out there. Going back to the presentation quickly. Okay. Again, this was the demo. Now, the second part, right? So that was about speed. In terms of completeness of the platform, right? There are many things that come up. Again, range of services, the same thing that I talked about. It needs to have the range of services that are out there. We saw a little bit of the supply chain security, which is on the developer side. It prevents you from building or at least shows you the warnings that are out there. Automation is key because like the outer development loop, right? You want things to actually happen when like you push something in source code. So right now you saw me doing things locally. As I made changes, it was still over there. But maybe once I put into source code, it should kick off the build process, deploy it, and things like that too, right? And whole operations monitoring aspect also. So what I wanted to show you was like the outer development loop, right? So we were first on the left side, now we are somewhere here, which is we're done with the development, and if I push into source code or commit something, then it should kick off a build, maybe show me vulnerabilities there to allow me to monitor, etc. So this is the platform that we are talking about. Okay, the complete end-to-end thing which is there in Google Cloud. So we were still only here, if you notice, so far. We were on the cloud code part. Maybe the enterprise version is cloud workstations if you want more control. But really speaking, this is where the development is going on. Then, once you put things in source code, right, or you commit to a repository, you want the rest of the things to kick off, right? And by kick off, what I mean is, if you do a commit, something should start building the whole software again. And then, of course, it needs to deploy it somewhere in a registry, or if you know, a container registry or whatever, a repository. That here is my containers, basically the images. It needs to go somewhere. That's our artifact registry. And then, obviously, you can deploy in one or more environments that you want, depending upon this. So this entire thing needs to kick off. You don't have to use all those services, but you can say, I was here. When I pushed into GitHub, Cloud Build, one of our products, it kicks off the build, puts it in the registry, deploys it into Cloud Run, and you're good. Or it could put into a Cloud Functions, or could put somewhere else, whichever way. But this is the whole end-to-end cycle that you see here. Security goes across. We saw a little bit of security here. Even while building, it'll show you the vulnerabilities. Similarly, here, binary authorization, a feature in Kubernetes or Cloud Run, where it'll make sure if it is not built by you or attested, it just won't deploy that container image in production. So what I wanted to show you next is, I'm in Cloud Code again. Let me just bring up another project. Okay, this is a Cloud Run service that I've deployed. But what I'm going to do here is as follows. That I'm going to go first to that I'm going to make the change basically, right? So let's look at this. Okay, before we just see that, let me show you in Cloud Code at runtime. Okay, this is the service that I'm talking about. See, again, I'm not gone to the console. I'm still within Cloud Code itself. I'm looking at the live Cloud Run services. And you will see among the properties, there's this URL. And if I go there, it just has a very simple, right now, application. Nothing much that's happening, but just to show you, I've gone and I've deployed one Cloud Run service. So going back there, right, instead of CCD Indore, let's make it 23. I save this. I go out here, and this is my test, also unit test, so I'll just change that also to expect. What's happened, I'm still in my code. If I look at the changes I've made from a Git perspective, right, I'm going to stage these changes. And I'm going to commit them saying I updated the year. Commit that. And I'm going to take this and push. Now, once the push is done, right, which is I want to kick off the outer loop. Let's see what goes on. So I'm at my repo, and I'm going to do a refresh. And hopefully there you'll see that it says this is the change I made right now, and this is the changes, right? Now what has happened as part of this also is, let's go for a moment to, let's search from here, Cloud Build. Actually, this would have kicked off something, but I'm just showing you. As you can see, there's a build that has already started to run. And what this build is doing is actually taking that code, making a container, pushing it into the artifact registry, and deploying it into Cloud Run. And behind the scenes, right, so this is the same file, the different steps. If I go to the files, Cloud Build, YAML, sorry. These are 1, 2, 3 steps, right? Just deploy it into this, build a Docker image, etc. So while this goes on, it needs to push it somewhere into the artifact registry, right? So while this happens, which is an auto thing that we started, how did I do all this? Actually, there's a simple trigger you have to set. So when you look at this trigger, it just says invoke a build every time, right? A code is pushed to a branch, and this is my, repository. So basically, it goes ahead and runs the cloud build.yaml file for you. So when I push to a branch, which branch? It says to main, and basically it goes ahead and finds an auto detect, whichever way it goes and builds it. If I go back to the artifact registry, or let's see if it finished it. So if I go to history, it's finished the deployment. If I look at or maybe all I can do here is 2023, so it's got the update also. And most importantly, right, let me go back to the artifact registry for a while, or let's do it from here. Okay, so if I look at these repos, just hold on while it comes up. And if I see this image, which was built as part of these changes, you will see that this is created 2 minutes ago. And for each of these images, there's also the vulnerabilities that it finds out and tells you. So this is just to show you at different levels, we can show these vulnerabilities, and depending upon low, medium, high, you can decide to even stop the build and fail it. So that's another way you can look at security. So finally, right, I just wanted to go a little further in my presentation and do the third part. So basically, we saw the speed, the completeness coming of it all together in terms of both the inner development loop as well as connecting it to a repo and pushing it, right? So finally, just on this point also, right, it's important, right, that if you're investing your time into the platform, then what are the ways you can actually, just keep building on it. This is a photo I've taken from, I think, DevFest Indore, so some of you might be able to still see all, or identify yourself, if you're still looking the same, that is, in this diagram, but it's about the community. So the more you participate in the community, share your findings or learnings, it's helpful. But at the same time, right, there's credentials, there's certifications that you'll learn. How many of you are certified here? Google Cloud, at least one professional level certification. How many of you plan to? Okay, all right. But anyway, this is a good way because, it at least helps to identify that you put in the time, you picked up a few things, etc. But again, if certification is not the way you want to do things, there are still various aspects. So if you know about Cloud Skills Boost, and I think that's one of the things we put up from the QR code perspective, join in, start some of the labs. So if you're okay with trying out a few labs, let's say, or do a course without the certification, that's fine too. These are just some paths, right? Whatever be your learning preference that you may want to. Of course, certifications wise, it continues to be a sought out thing even by organizations to find out who's certified in Google Cloud. So definitely this holds a value. Again, various certifications that you see over here, both from a associate level as well as the professional level ones. If you need some guidance, which one is what, talk to some of us who are there. We'll be able to at least, give you a path in terms of which certification to go for. And finally, right, just wanted to touch upon a program that we've got, Innovators. I think people ask us, well, there's some innovators, there's some champions, some of us are GDEs over here. So what's the path really, right? So it really starts with become an innovator. That's nothing but joining this group that we have over here. And then there is a path accordingly, right? You can get to it, but at least first begin over here. And what this really gives you is just setting up your profile. We keep a track of what you're learning, etc. And I wanted to focus more upon this particular part over here. Just like some of our labs, etc., they require credits. So again, just go in here, join. The first few people who are new innovators, eligible ones, you will be able to get literally a number of learning credits. But these credits are not your Google Cloud credits. These are learning credits on the platform that let you execute several labs in order to just learn about Google Cloud. That's what I had in my presentation today. I hope it gave you a gist. I'm sure there are many other presentations coming up that start diving into some of the services, so you'll understand the depth of some of them and what they can help you do. But today was more from a developer perspective to just give you a gist that it's not a disconnected experience if you feel like that. It's all there, integrated, and it just makes you more productive with the platform. Thank you. Oh, yeah, please. Anytime. Sorry. If anyone wants to ask a few questions, we can take a few. I'm also there for the whole day, so either way is fine. If there are tough questions, we have some experts here. Yeah, anyone wants to. I can take a few questions.
Feel free to ask questions if you have any. Yes, sir, please. Experts.
So I had a couple of questions. You showed that architecture tool, right? What all it can do, like it can create the class diagrams or like some, so let's say mind maps or something. It has all those capabilities.
Okay, so I'll speak both about the current version and also a bit of an upcoming version that's coming up. So what it can do right now is it gives you basically building blocks in terms of our different services. So one is it's a way for you to document what you're building out in Google Cloud. The next thing you can do with this is you can actually say that can you generate the code for it. By code, what I mean is it'll just provision those services. So think about a Terraform script that's out there. It's not going to have any business logic. But for example, if you're saying I'll have a load balancer with 2 VMs and maybe that's the architecture I want, it can convert that into a script form and run it in your project. So basically you can go back and forth between that. The current version right now is more about documenting it and deploying it. A future one is coming which will let you do both a two-way thing, where you can even get your script and we'll try to visualize it. Yeah.
Another thing is that you were talking about the inner loop and the outer loop, right? But there's a very important step in the between where we push the code.
Yeah.
Right, and sometimes what happens is like at the time of merging the code or pushing it, there are some conflicts or something. So is there something to simplify that?
So basically, there's nothing that we would like to control when it comes to your source code review process, etc. But the action or basically the build that got triggered on a push to a branch, that is one way to trigger it. Other ways could be if you merge a PR or accept a PR or a particular branch. So there are 4 or 5 such ways by which you can control. So as long as you have a good PR process, once it's merged, you can say on that kick off the build. Possible. Yeah.
And one last thing, for the cloud code, what we were doing was like creating a replica from local, say, to the production, right? Is it possible that if I have something running in production, I get some bug there, can I create a replica in the reverse way? Can I create a replica in local, in cloud code?
Okay, so I would like you to double down on what you mean by a replica. So for example, if you're saying let's assume you got a Cloud Run app that's deployed in production somewhere. What would you like to do in cloud code? You can actually see it. You can deploy to it.
So generally, like there's a team who collaborates on the working, right? So let's say I deployed on Cloud Run and a teammate again deployed on the Cloud Run as well, and some bug is coming there. So if I want to investigate that, you were showing the debugging skills, right? So directly I can connect to production or
no. That was a product that we had called Cloud Debugger, but that's deprecated right now. There's another thing which we are recommending, which is there right now, but it's not supported by us. But if you're talking about live debugging in production, that's currently deprecated. We don't have that, no.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Is there anything?
No more questions? Yeah.
Feel free to reach out during the day, anytime.
Okay, we have one more question. This will be the last one that we can take.
So hi, this is Rahul. I want to ask that you showed the architecture designs. So majorly currently I'm designing some kind of microservices architectures. So what was the best practices on this platform that we can use it? Because currently I'm using different applications like VCO and anything else.
No, I'm sorry, I could not get your question. What are the?
Best practices for that? Because this is a completely new platform for working on this.
Yeah. So if you're looking for best practices, then my suggestion would be that there's something that I showed called Jumpstart Solutions. So if you go to Google Cloud Jumpstart Solutions, let's say even a Google search, that's those 12 solutions that I showed you or whatever to the audience. Those 12 solutions, depending upon different things, whether it's a tree tier web app or a log analytics or a warehouse, whichever one that is of interest, each one of those solutions is based on what we believe is the right way to architect it. So if you look at the details for each, there's documentation for each, there are Terraform scripts for each, there are actually even cost calculators for each one of them. We show what services are used, the architecture diagram for it, how they are talking to each other, there is code for it as well as Terraform scripts. So I would say if you're looking for just how to create some of these architectures or solutions on Google Cloud, your first port of call, ideally, take a look at Jumpstart Solutions. And there are 12 right now. We hope to keep adding continuously. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any more?
Thank you so much, Roman, for such an insightful session. As a token of appreciation for your valuable time, I would like to call upon Mr. Akash Gangrade, our GDG Cloud lead of Indore, to hand over the memento to Mr. Roman Irani.
Give a huge round of applause, guys.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll help you. Okay.
We would like to thank our partners, our sponsors who have helped us make this event a grand success. We have with us GenieTalk.ai as our support partner for this event.
So I would like to call Mr. Vivek Jain, founder and CEO of GenieTalk, and Ms. Ruchika Kesharwani, CBO at GenieTalk, to tell more about their product and showcase that. So give a huge round of applause for them. Please welcome.
We also have with us Mr. Vivek Jain, founder and CEO of GenieTalk.ai.
Hi everyone, very good morning. I am Ruchika and I am the Chief Business Officer at GenieTalk.ai. We are one of the most first batches of AI companies who started doing artificial intelligence probably back in 5 years from now. And we usually expertise in doing voice AI with a lot of real-time use cases based out of international clients and Indian clients. To be very specific on what exactly we are and how are we different from the other AI companies across, specifically in the central part of the India, Madhya Pradesh. We have been a very pro and real time in managing all our bots and solutions. Our voice AI can deployed on any kind of use case with any industry with respect to ranging it from customer service, insurance, or any industries, and also taking it ahead to a lot of companies based out of US in demand generation and lead generation. And I really want to tell you guys one more thing. We work with so many clients, and if they ask us to develop any kind of projects and get live, it takes us hardly 48 hours to get live with our projects and our use cases. There are a lot of technologies we have been working on, especially we started working and developing on large language models from the very day one when we started. And obviously we have integrated GPT-4 with our system today itself. And I also have Vivek here because since I'm handling a lot of variety of use cases and industries and enterprise clients with GenieTalk.ai, but yes, there's a very strong backbone which is completely technology. And Vivek would help you guys understand on what kind of technologies we work on. And then we are open to handle questions here and we can talk more on that. Thank you.
Hello everyone. So a bit of sneak peek into what we do. As Rajika mentioned, we are into conversational AI. So our company's focus is building only on natural language processing and things around that. Lately, we have been working with a lot of large language models. In fact, 3 days back, we integrated with Maker Suite also using the PALM APIs. So the idea is to build conversational models which are across chat, across phone, across emails. Phone being our one of the USPs. We are among the very few companies, the companies on fingertips who are actually working on outbound phone calls by bot and having a conversation with the user without knowing who's going to pick up a phone call. So when you talk of US, it could be a human picking a phone call, it could be IVR of a business, it could be a voicemail. So the bot understanding who's on the other side and having a conversation to do certain activities from qualifying lead, asking a few questions or getting certain information. So the kind of technology what we are using large language models which are across open source models. We use GPT 3.5 and 4 APIs. We use PALM APIs. We try to build models which are more goal-oriented. So when we talk of using any kind of large language model, you must be knowing, or if you have used it, it's more of prompt engineering or probably giving the model basically a goal to achieve. At the same time, giving certain set of instructions and certain set of knowledge base to communicate. This actually makes it very easy to build any kind of conversational model right now. And this helps us. So since the entire platform, end-to-end platform is ready for us to build a bot for a specific use case, probably would take not more than a couple of days. And the idea to engage with the community is we want more of such things happening from Indore. We want the help community build it more like an AI hub. Indore as an AI hub where we start working on technologies which are more futuristic, more interesting, as at the same time it is more appealing for businesses to get hands-on or get implemented. And that's the reason we wanted to be here, engage with all of you, and we are open for internships. We always have people coming work with us as internships. We engage with people working with us as freelancers and otherwise also. So absolutely open to understand and interact with every one of you here. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Vivek sir and Ruchika ma'am. So moving ahead, we have our next speaker, Vijay Kumar Jangama Shetty.
He's also known as VJ. He's currently working as a trusted advisor, cloud consulting architect at Google. He's an accomplished professional with a wealth and knowledge and experience in the realm of data analytics. He is here to share his expertise and insights on how Google BigQuery serves as the foundation for smart analytics toolsets on Google Cloud. Also, an interesting fact about Vijay is that he is a trekker, a yoga practitioner, and a firm believer of the mantra that you should never stop learning. So, everybody, give it up for Mr. Vijay Kumar.
Everyone, give a huge round of applause for Mr. Vijay Kumar. So please.
नहीं हो गया कनेक्ट हो गया उससे Yeah, that's my slide. Yeah. Morning everyone. Still it's morning, I believe. Yeah. So, able to hear me at the back? Raise your hands, please. Fantastic. Great audience today. So, as team introduced me, I'm Vijay. And today we are going with why BigQuery, we call it as a heart of smart analytics tool set. Okay. So let's get into that. And before that, it's I think we just talk about AI, machine learning language, and then we'll be having more AI ML sessions. But before that, data is the base, right? So first we need to collect the data, and then you do the prediction, analytics on top of it, and then it goes to a machine learning language. So what exactly is the Google data or Google Cloud's data mission, right? So it helps all the organizations to drive limitless innovation with open, unified, and intelligent data ecosystem. So we want to make the data as like to drive the limitless innovation which have open, unified, and intelligent ecosystem. Okay. So with this, so Google's way of innovation in data. Just before that, like anyone worked on data right now? Data, raise hands. It can be data management. It can be data analytics. It can be database. It can be data warehouse. Fantastic. I see. I'm very happy to see data folks here. Fantastic. Right. So, okay. So I think Google started with getting into MapReduce, then we have Bigtable, and then we have Dremel. It's a computing, it's a execution engine, right? Colossus is a storage. So you could have seen Google's papers coming, white papers coming in, and then all the technologies got started, right? Then we have Flume, Megastore, and Spanner. That's again one of the horizontally scalable database on Google Cloud, which is cloud native. And then we have PubSub, Dataflow. I think we'll have a quick overview of that. But let's see what Google BigQuery does, right? It's totally fully managed. We don't need to spin any kind of a cluster, any kind of a VM. It's on your Google Cloud Console, right? So that it's fully managed and it's serverless. And also, this is Google Cloud's enterprise data warehouse solution, okay, for all data analytics platform. And also like, it's the capacity of Google Cloud's BigQuery is gigabyte to petabyte scale data, okay, so which can help to store and also execute the SQL queries. So if anyone have worked on SQL, structured query language, this is the same ANSI 2011 compliant data warehouse tool, okay? And then it's encrypted at each and every moment. So, you know, like these days, encryption is must and should, right? So this will encrypt in transit, in sense when you do a data movement, and also encryption at the rest. So there are again multiple things. What we have is like encryption, like Google managed encryption, and also there is a customer managed encryption. So by default, all the data into Google Cloud's BigQuery is encrypted by default, okay? And then, so we have a capacity to stream the data as well. So where we can get a real-time insights and get the streaming data into BigQuery. So these are, if you see on the all four types, these are the unique features of BigQuery, okay? So, and I'll show you a quick demo of the BigQuery ML, right? It's just by writing a simple SQL queries, we can create the model, right? And we can predict, and we can train the model as well, right? And then we have a high-speed engine, what we call as a BI engine for faster reporting and analysis. Okay, so again, it's again next step getting into the BigQuery's things like it is automatically scalable compute and storage, right? No need to we want to like do a manual horizontal scaling or vertical scaling, right? It does it on its own, okay? And there is also a feature for multi-zonal replication as well. So if there is something wrong in one zone, the data will get replicated into another zone, okay? And then it automatically have all the security and software upgrades, and it has the where we have reliability and durability guarantees at no extra cost, okay? And then we offer industry-leading SLA of 4 nines, okay? So that's the one what we have like this. And why we call BigQuery as a HALT, right? I have many slides which shows it's a HALT of Smart Analytics toolset. So it is, as I discussed, right? So it covers all 4 parts of the data and AI world, okay? The first is like, we can have data warehouse and data lake as part of analytics, and then we can have a visualizations, right? So what is use of data without visualization, right? So that's the one where we have an interaction between BigQuery and Looker Studio as well. And Looker is our a BI tool, okay? And then it has an connectivity with the applications as well. So it can be in-house applications like Spanner, Cloud SQL, but also not only the Google Cloud Native, but it can connect to the external world, the third-party tools as well, okay? And then the other part is on the prediction. So everyone know about predictions, AI, ML, okay? And same way, I think with a simple SQL commands, we can create a model, train the model with the particular training data, and then predict it. So with a simple SQL kind of language. Okay. So now I think we heard about BigQuery, what it is, and what's its capacity, right? So we'll see its end-to-end architecture, how it looks, right? So you see there is a distribution of storage as well as compute. So no other kind of a tools which does this kind of architecture. So where with this we get powerful capacity to BigQuery to auto scale and get the faster data output as well, right? So we have what do you say, the distributed storage, what is called as Colossus. It's like a columnar storage. And then we have a fast compute. It's again a compute engine, what we have kind of part of a Dremel. Okay, and if you see on the left side is all different sources what we get. So this is a tool where we can have a batch data coming into it and also a streaming data. So anyone know about batch data or streaming data? Just before we get into it. Batch data, so I think batch is what we will be running across the workloads in our projects, or it can be anything, batch. So it can be a near real, I think it can be of any transactions what you do, right? So it can be, and how about the real time? So real time will be like the IoT data, or we want to have a sensors data, so getting into it. So it is, BigQuery helps to get both the things done, okay? And then we have federation storage as well, so where we can connect the data and query the data from BigQuery from the other part of the world as well. Okay, and then as we mentioned, right, it's a SQL, ANSI SQL 2011 query syntax, pretty easy syntax what we have. And the accessibility from the BigQuery to access, how do you want to interact with it? So we have multiple options. One is Web UI console, which I'll get into a quick demo as well. And then we have a CLI interface, okay? And then we have plenty of APIs to get connected to the BigQuery, okay? And then we have, again, we have a JDBC, ODBC drivers, which helps to connect to the other part of the world to get the data sent. So with this, I know like many of people would have worked on other databases, like on-premises. Any databases you have worked with? I see a lot of data people. Any databases? Yeah, answer. Postgres. Okay, great. MongoDB, very good. DynamoDB, wow, good. On-premises? Teradata, great. Oracle, Greenplum, yes. I think these, yeah, Elastic, yeah, I think that's a great. I think it's both mix of a traditional RDBMS and mix of a cloud, what you mentioned. But if you see, consider the traditional RDBMS storage, how it happens. If you see the storage, it is at a row level, okay? So that's a row level, what we get is storage in kind of a Teradata, Oracle, or any kind of a on-premises RDBMS storage, right? What happens in BigQuery? So data is stored into a columnar format, right? So this will help us to retrieve the data pretty fast, right? So that's the performant reason to have the particular architecture. We went with the previous architecture, right? So how the network, how the storage and compute was separate, and which is connected between the petabits of network. Petabit speed of network between, because you need to connect between the network and storage, sorry, compute and storage, right? So that's what being connected with the petabyte network, right? So this is how the columnar storage, I'll tell you the advantages of it, right, as well. And also how it is managed internally, right? So if you see, there are 3 tables for an example, right? So every tables are stored in the optimized columnar format, okay? So every column, if you see table number 1 is stored in zone 1, zone 2, and zone 3 as well, or zone A, B, and C of the single GCP region, okay? And each table will be compressed and also encrypted. So I just gave some examples of encryption as well, okay? And then it supports, as I just mentioned, right? So it supports the streaming ingestion as well, okay? And so you see, it will be replicated, as I just mentioned, right? It's freely replicated into different zones within a region, right? So that's why we have high reliability of data, high durability, right? And that's resulting into a SLA of 4 nines, 99.99. Okay, so I'll just see the speed, okay? If you see that, if there's a query which is running, it has 1 terabyte compressed data, okay? You see that this is a normal SQL query, okay? So it's just run, the query is running now, okay? query is running, it's taking less than 30 seconds to read 1 terabytes of compressed data. That 1 TB is, when you uncompress it, it's 4 TB of data actually, right? So it is executing 100 billion regular expressions. See here, this just executed into 24.7 seconds, where it processed 4 terabytes of data, right? So this is how the BigQuery is fast. The speed of BigQuery is pretty enormous, right? That's why in the architecture, if you see, it's all because of the architecture with de facto performance what we have. Okay, I'll just wait for a minute so that everyone can settle in, right? Great. So I think we talk about BigQuery, right? So now we say like what it is not, right? I just gave a comparison between the traditional RDBMS and how the BigQuery storage helps, right? So this is not a OLTP system, right? So anyone tell OLTP, what is OLTP? Perfect. It's like a transaction processing system. So you have the transactions like you do ATM transactions or online transactions, Google Pay transactions. So all these, when it goes, you want to save that into a database. So that's the system, what we call it as an online transaction processing, right? But BigQuery is an OLAP tool. Anyone from this side, OLAP? Perfect. It's analytical processing, right? So where you are analyzing the data, right? So that's why the BigQuery is not a transactional RDBMS, and it's not a ODS as well, because we are not geared up towards capturing the live data, and then it's not on-premise solution, because BigQuery is a self-contained cloud-based solution, and it's fully managed by Google and by Google Cloud, and so it cannot be there. So this one, right? So I just gave an example with 4 pie chart with how BigQuery is smart analytics, or a heart of smart analytics tool set. And BigQuery is close to my heart as well, right? It's been like many years working on BigQuery and exploring BigQuery a lot, okay? So here, if you see a BigQuery is in each part of the processing, right? This is comprehensive data platform. If you see all the reds, so BigQuery is part of each and every part of data world, right? So if you want to capture, right? So we have, I'll just quickly walk through the other tools as well, just not in deep, but just for an information, right? So where we are doing a data ingestion, right? So what is data ingestion? Reading out the data from outside world, right? BigQuery has capacity to just import the data from CSV, from other tables. That's why it is at the capture. And we have next processing. So we want to do a data processing. So everyone would have no ETL. So anyone know ETL? ETL, what is ETL? Any ETL tools? Be louder. Okay, so what is the next? ETL tools. You would have heard data stage, Informatica, data folks, come on. So these are the ETL tools, but when it comes to Google Cloud, so we do have a native ETL tools such as Dataflow, Dataproc, and Data Fusion as well. So these are the processing, but still BigQuery is the one where we can process once we extract the data, load the data in BigQuery, and do a transformation. We can call it as a ELT. Rather ETL, this is a ELT model. Okay, that's why still BigQuery is here. Then storage, yes, BigQuery we can store plenty of data. It's like petabytes of data what we have, right? And then data warehouse, that's an analytical engine for all of us, right? Where we can analyze the data, play with data. So this data can be used for all the end users, business users, right? So that's the data warehousing. And then what is the other world? how it's connected. So it's all connected with the data analytics, what we're going to do it, advanced analytics, right? So where you want to visualize the data. As I just mentioned that without analyzing or without visualizing, data may or may not be much efficient or much helpful, right? So where we have multiple cloud AI services, Looker Studio, I'll just show you a quick demo on Looker Studio as well. And then we have a Looker, which is our Google Cloud's native BI solution, okay? And then we have other connectivity between for TensorFlow for doing ML workloads, and also Google Sheets to get the data over there. Fantastic. So I think I just touched upon on these, right? So BigQuery helps to democratize the data insights, okay? So where it will save and share the data into Google Sheets, or it can be into partner tools. Also, like these are the few partner tools where the data can be sent across MicroStrategy. It can be Talent, Simba, and Tableau, and we have Cognos. I think many more what we have. And with the help of BigQuery, right? So we can save the queries, share the queries. For example, you're working on an enterprise, right? A same query can be shared to all the organizations, right? So where they can reuse the queries, what you can do, right? And then about the Looker Studio, it's so easy to connect, right? So it's just a single click. The data from BigQuery will be taken into Looker Studio, and where you can visualize it pretty easily. I'll just show that as a demo as well, right? So anyone working on any reporting tool, or reporting tools, I think we talk about ETL tools. Now it's stepping into our reporting tools. MicroStrategy, okay. Spark. Splunk, yeah. Great. And yeah, Anaplan, right. And we have Cognos, we have Talent, and you have Click, right? ClickSense, ClickView. I think these are all the partner tools of the BI where the BigQuery can get connected. But as a cloud native, Looker and Looker Studio are what pretty fast to get the beautify the data, beautify the reports into a great visualization with it. So this is a BigQuery ML, right? What I was telling, right? So if you see that, so BigQuery ML in just 2 steps. With a SQL creation, with a simple SQL command, create model, it will create, just by running query, the model is created. The next step is the prediction. So just with the data, what we have created a model with what data we have been training. So we get the data, that's the prediction. So this is how it's a unique feature of BigQuery, you can say. So with a single 2 steps, we can perform machine learning, creating the model and predict just few lines. Maybe I'll just want to just repeat again, right? So this is select the prediction data, okay? And it says like how many data, what would be the prediction on day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7, right? So this is how easy it is to get into BigQuery ML, right? So I see any questions, just feel free to stop me and we can have questions as well, or else we can have at last. So isn't it exciting? BigQuery ML into us with simple SQL. I think people might have thought, okay, a machine learning language is, I know it's a bit complex on the other side, but to give a start, right? To give a start, I think this is a pretty great with just writing a SQL series, right? So what we have done across the decade of continuous innovation, these are all what we use day-to-day basis, right? So if you start with BigQuery Omni, so that's the multi-cloud solution, right, which can access the data from other clouds and also on-premises. That's Omni. And we also get the geospatial analytics data where we can analyze the geographical data, right, and where we can analyze the geography data types and functions. And then, as I've just mentioned, on the streaming analytics, so where we get all the IoT data and get the data streamed and do analytics on top of it, right? So because the data will be streaming on it can be per minute, per second, right? And then we have a BigQuery ML, what we just saw it. And this other one, what we have come up with, analytical hub, where we can have all the data analytics assets into a single hub kind of a thing, where we can assess those data into securely and efficiently. And the BI engine I've just mentioned in the architecture, so that's a very low latency in-memory SQL analysis cache, what we can use it internally and also for a quick dashboarding as well. And Big Lake is other thing where we have a structured and consistent layer what we have created to unify all the warehouses and all the data lakes, right? So you might know, anyone would like to say data warehouse? So what is data warehouse? Uh-huh. Perfect, perfect. And then the next step will be on data lake. So where you are building your lake, getting the raw data, right? You want to become a single source of truth, right, for your organization. So building all the data, so you would be the authorized distributor, you in sense, the application team, right? So and then we have log analytics where it's connected with the Google Cloud logging, where we can analyze the data, analyze the logs, how it's performing, right? And then we get all the logs and get into the BigQuery as well. All the logging, and you want to get a cost optimization done, right? So how is my organization doing a cost optimization, right? So how many, you have 10 users, how many of them are running queries? How many of them are running a costly queries, right? I can just show you in the demo at last minutes, okay? I think some questions, I think we just went into it, pretty easy questions. Can you install BigQuery on your own managed hosting environment? Yes or no? Huh? No, then I need to go back. You need to listen my previous slide again. I need to, okay. So it's just, as BigQuery is our fully managed system, right? So it's on the Google Cloud. You cannot install on your own hosting environment, right? So do you get your own dedicated machines running in BigQuery? No? Yes? Raise hand if it is no. Yes? No, I think only two answers, either yes or no. No, I'm making pretty easy. Okay. Right? So can we perform machine learning from BigQuery? Yes, I think we just saw that. Okay, I'm happy for that. Fantastic. And can we democratize data insights using BigQuery? Yes, okay, fantastic. So I'm happy with last few questions. And okay, let's get into some economics part of it. Okay, quickly I'll go through it, because so now Google Cloud have come up with a flexible and flexible model. Okay, so because customers asking, okay, maybe we are not using it all the services, but still we are paying it, right? So now we have come up with multiple options, because what we are hearing from customers that so we need more flexibility, right? And we need to handle the unplanned outages, okay? And then don't over-provision it, because initially we were giving some slots. That was a different pay models, okay? And then, so now Google has come up with 3 different pricing. I think maybe I'll just quickly wrap up on this, okay? So it's like 3 additions, which will help us to have the auto scaling and also a compressed storage. So these are 3 models, like standard, enterprise, enterprise plus, and on demand as well. So it associates with some features what we have, right? So the best part is on the auto scaling, right? So previously what we used to have is 2 models. One is on demand. On demand is what pay as you go, like where we have prepaid connections, right? Or a phone. So it's a pay as you go, right? And then we had a fixed pricing. So there used to be a slots, even though, for example, 5,000 slots I am buying. By the way, slot is the unit of BigQuery. So what we say is like, we do not know, for other databases we see like this many CPU, this many RAM, but here that our processing unit is in slot, right? So previously what used to happen, like 5,000 slots, maybe I might not use that much, but I used to pay that. But now what's happening is we are setting up the auto scaling, right? So, okay, what is the minimum requirement you want? Okay, I want 3,000, right? So what if it goes above 3,000, it goes into auto scaling. The maximum limit is 5. But if you see the red mark, right, it has been utilized the second time, right? The first one is the minimum what you have been used, will be paid. So then only whenever it is a need, right, as per the utilization, only that much amount of pay has to be paid, right? So that's a bill what we get it to the customer. So this is what improvement what we have come through. And I'll quickly go through the different ingestion things like what we already spoke with batch ingestion, streaming ingestion, and query materialization. There's other service called as DTS, data transfer services, right? So where we can get the data from the external world, from Teradata, that's again on-prem database, right? And we have a scheduling queries feature in BigQuery as well, okay? And then the batch ingestion is totally free of cost, right? The batch ingestion, what we load the data, batch is like every day or every hour, every few hours, right? So that's a batch ingestion. And ACID semantics, anyone know about ACID? What database worlds? Database? Yeah. Durability. Fantastic. So this is what used to like ACID semantics for all the databases, and BigQuery supports that, okay? And then we can load petabytes of data in a single day, right? And then we have a streaming API for real time, but it's charged depending upon the data what we load into the BigQuery, okay? So these are the different ingestion formats what we can get into BigQuery. That's why we call it as a, I think I say like in every slide it shows BigQuery is a heart of smart analytics toolset in Google Cloud, right? So if you see, does anyone recognize the file formats? Have anyone worked on it? Great. So Avro, and if you start with slow, right, to slow to fast. So this is a processing speed what it's coming, right? So it's a JSON compressed to CSV, then we have JSON, CSV, Parquet formats, and then it comes to a Avro format. That's the fastest mode of transmissions into BigQuery, you can say. These are different ingestion formats. And I talk about ETL and ELT, right? So this is the one what we can show, right? What's the best practice, right? What's the best practice? So anyone can say like ETL versus ELT. What's the best practice you can say? I think ELT. Great. Any other questions? Answer is yes, but also it depends upon our requirement as well. If you want to do a transformation on the go, get into ETL, okay? But you want to get the data, raw data, pushed into the BigQuery and do a transformation, right? At that time, ELT would be beneficial, right? And where the reason, because it's pretty simple, right? So you're getting a data, right, from multiple sources. So because these days, you would have heard, right? So all the data is getting migrated from on-premises to Google Cloud, right? So when we are moving the data, so we have many consumers. If you are into a retail industry or a banking industry, so where we have multiple sources, we have to make sure the data should not be migrated many times. So as an enterprise organization, what we have to do is get the data only once, right? And once you get the data, you create a raw storage or build a data lake. Then other applications can get the data from here, right? So because the cost of the data getting into will be saved, right? And it will be into a BigQuery, into a Google Cloud platform where it can be used across anywhere. So that's the thing, and this is like we went through a cloud pub. So that's the tool what it connects to a real-time data from the external world into Google Cloud, and the processing is what we have a data flow, and then getting the raw data into BigQuery, right? I think this is what we can prefer at last is like so we'll depending upon our requirement, but basically let's go. I think it's a trend which have changed to ELT now. So So that's the best practice. I think before that, I think everyone know anyone partitioning. I think it's a database word. Partitioning, great. Last line.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, partitioning.
Yes, sir.
Some-
I've performed partitioning, data sharding, and all.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Yeah, like we do partitioning like on a Postgres server and sharding for
Yes.
better efficiencies of query and
Bang
to,
on, bang on.
minimize the time.
Yes, that's the one thing. What the reason to use partitioning is on the performance, right? To get that data retrieved pretty fast, right? So if you see this, as I just mentioned, right? So BigQuery is a row or a column. Can anyone tell? Columnar, yes. So if we do a select all, select star, that's the, we usually we have tendency to use select star. So I say from today on, everyone take oath that do not use select star, right? So even in other things as well, right? So I think we have to get into whatever the columns what we need, right? So we have to select the columns whatever we need. That's C1, C3. Okay, if you just go back, say it is say select star, it will read everything, but we have put a filter condition. It will take that filter, but it will read all the data, right? But when we do a columnar, right, it is selecting all columns, okay, and then it is selecting the yellow. Yellow is the one what it is the query is selecting in between, right? And then, so this is, I think, with the help of partitioning, right? So we get the right columns. If you see the green is the output. That's the only thing if it's a partition by the event date. So if you have partitioned the data, will be partitioned into the event date, and then it will be only selecting those columns and reading only the where clause, the filter criteria, and just getting those details, right? So this is how the partitioning help. So if you want to take one more step on clustering, right? So clustering is additional, you want to add a different column together, like user ID. This is the next step what we want to help to improve the performance, right? Here, it will also do a select of the user ID as well. Like 50 to 53 is the, 50 to 63 is a range. So even that level will be the clustering done in the BigQuery. So that we only get what is needed. Because partitioning, we had other columns also were there, but if it is a table is both partitioned and clustered, right? So we get a great performance, right? So if you see only green things, that's the only rows what we have got. Okay, so that's about it. And about, there is other one, authorized views is for limiting the data access, right? So like I talk about the becoming getting the data into your world and then sharing the data, right? So this will help you to share only for example, there are 10 applications what your downstream has, and you are the owner of source, right? You don't want to get the same data to all 10 applications. You can restrict, right? You can restrict, for example, your table has 100 columns, right? So you only, you want to restrict with 25 columns, okay, to the team 1, and then rest of 70 columns into team 2 or applications 2. So that's a way where we can design the authorized views, so which will help. These are the logical views what's being created. So this can be access control, kind of access control what we can get it. So I think this will be the last step. So what happens? So oops moment, right? Unfortunately, we get delete the data. So has anyone deleted the data before? Unknowingly or knowingly? Great, right? Even I would have done before, right? In early days, right? In Oracle and other things, we would have done it, right? Maybe not on the production system, but on the test system as well. But the things have happened as well. But the BigQuery helps you to get the time travel to get the 7 days data back. Okay, so that's the beauty of BigQuery what we have. So it can get the 7 days past, and we can restore the tables as well. Okay, And then, yeah, it undoes all the loads, deletes, updates, inserts, everything. And this will be like as usual thing. Okay? So let's get quickly into a demo. I think this is what we all see over there, right? These are third-party tools. And this is, get into a demo. Perfect. Yeah. So I just told about a quick demo on the petabyte, right? So there is a table, a sales table. Okay, what it does. Come on. Yeah. So we are doing a select query here. Okay. So with doing the select query, see, the query is running. So it is running 1.09 petabytes. So this is the best feature of BigQuery. It's a dry run what is happening at the back end. What you have put up, right? So that's the query. It tells you like how much time or how much read you are doing it on the BigQuery, right? So this is doing 1.09 PB. So this is select star. Is it a good practice or bad practice? Bad practice. Great. So I think now everyone from today, I think whenever we do run a query, we'll stop doing select star, right? So there is a feature called as limit as well. Okay, that is only for display, right? If you want to do a select star, limit only 1000, but still BigQuery reads everything because of the columnar storage, right? So this is one what we went, because it's having. Yeah, this is a retail data set, okay? So which is having customer table of 4 million records, 2 million products, and interesting is 1 trillion rows. The sales table, what I'm trying to query, I'm not running it today because it will be charged to my account, okay? So it's 1 petabytes, okay, with 1 trillion rows. Okay, coming back to the query, this is one, but we learned something important today, right? So I think one is to use the right columns, what we need. Other one, anything to improve the performance, save the query read. I think we went to two different things just some time back. I think one gentleman gave the answer as well. Yes. No, partitioning and clustering. So it's on the reading the data quickly, right? So if you see that, I'll run another query. This time what I'll do is, I have done some mathematics to it, okay, but I have selected only the 2 columns, okay. So is it pretty big to read from last? Able to see the script, SQL script? Last, raise hands, no, yes, perfect. So, or else I can make it much bigger as well. Yeah. So this is what, here what we are doing is, it's the same retail petabyte sales thing, but we have put a filter and we have group by day, okay, but we have taken an order date because that's been partitioned already, right? With partition, what we will help is, it's running. I'm just selecting, it's running, and I need to just show where it is. Yeah, if you see it's getting cut, this query, okay, I'll just show it. Just bear with me. I think this is what happens in demos. Yeah. Yeah. So it's saying 31.93 TB. So where was like 1 petabytes, and then we come to 31 terabytes. So this is how a drastic save what you're doing on the read, because the charges for BigQuery is to how many records you read or how much size of data you'll be reading, right? So you'll be saving this much amount of time. But there is one more thing what we can do. This is just by a query. And now with respect to a column with the partition by order date, right? So we are using but partition. That was also a partition table, but we have just selected a column rather from select star to this, right? So here what we do is, let's see here, 265 gigabytes. So we started with 1 terabyte, 1 petabyte, then we had like 300 terabytes, and which is ending now with 265 gigabytes. This is how the step-by-step process helps to minimize the cost and improve the performance of your data. How do you retrieve it, right? So this was a quick demo, what we can say, right? And other one, what I just mentioned on getting a quick connectivity between your Looker, right? So what we can see is, so because I have used select star, the reason because I have only 1,000 records into the table, right? But when you see the data, right, it's so easy to get into, that's why I say like BigQuery democratized the data insights, right? So if you see with a single click, so this is customer data, right? If you just click on explore with Looker Studio, so you get this screen, okay? So I think the timer is running on, but still, like, I just see how easy yourself to get the dashboards built, right? Soon I'll just try to build a chart here. Add a chart, just add a pie chart, put it here, and see, okay, what type of column you want to do, CC, call type, okay? So this is a call type, and what are the number of call types, right? So if you see this, right, so how many of them are gold? So you know, like everyone have the credit card data into it, right? This is gold, classic, and junior. If you see like 65%, 650 records, 650 people have a gold card, and then 340 or 34.1 is a classic, and rest all is junior. So this is how we get the data pretty easy to get it from BigQuery to a Looker Studio, right? I think this is with a single click what we can say, right? With this, I think we are good to have any questions. We can right away, we can ask, and I'm again throughout the day today, right? Even after the session also, I'm happy because I got late flight, so I'm pretty, I'm over here to ask any questions on data, right? So I've worked like as an ETL architect, designer, data modeler, data architect, and then into a cloud architecture world as well. So you can feel free to connect me, and then have any questions, just buzz me on LinkedIn. I'm pretty helpful over there, anything. So any questions? I think we are on time, actually.
This is Ishwar. I
Yeah.
just want to ask that why it is called serverless.
Serverless, great
Yeah.
question, right? So usually what happens, right? When you want to spin, I think you want to, serverless, it says like server is a compute engine, right? Or a mix of a compute and memory, both, right? You need to spin a VM, right? For example, you want to have a database, right? It will have, you want to spin it, but Google Cloud or BigQuery, we don't need to do it because it's already on the system. You don't need to spin. You don't need to create a cluster. So that's why it is serverless.
Okay, anyway, it is.
It's a backend. It's a backend, but usually what happens in the normal world industry, right? So server are the one what we spin, right? This is the one what we say serverless is what we call it is as you don't need to bother anything what is happening at the backend, right? It's fully managed and serverless what we call.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions?
Hello, sir. This is Pratham this side. You talked about ETL. So basically, my doubt was this question is generally asked in the interviews in the fourth year student. So they usually ask what's the difference between ETL and OLAP. OLAP usually, allows a person to, do analysis on a certain topic or information. So we can also transform data on ETL as well as OLAP. So why don't we prefer the analysis of data on ETL?
Okay, so ETL is a tool, right? It's what we can do is you extract the data, do a transformation and load. But for OLAP, you need to see the data, you need to analyze the data, right? For that, we need a OLAP tool. So ETL does help to get the data extracted into your warehouse and do a business logic, do a transformation, join multiple tables and give our lookup, reference, and you get the data what you want. But the next step is to analyze the data. As you just told, right? You want to analyze the data. So at that time, we need a OLAP tool. That's why we call it as a analytical processing, where we want to do the data analysis. Great, thanks. Okay, I think there's one last question, I think. Near the door. Sorry.
Hello. So one of my question was about data policies.
Data?
Policies.
Policies,
Yeah.
okay, governance.
So, yeah, so this is a very important tool which we are using in modern data stack. So my question is that, are we using attribute-based access controls or like role-based?
Yes.
Because authorization you have mentioned. So
Yeah, that is just a small glimpse what I wanted to give, authorized views. So we can have materialized views, and I think the best part is with the IAM, right? Identity access management, we can have a row level access management, also column level access management. That feature it does.
So we can customize
Yes,
that.
yes, we do have it. Okay. I think this will be the last question.
Hi, Vijay.
Yeah.
So my question is actually, you see, NLQ, natural language querying, is quite a popular concept nowadays, right? And it is
Yes.
So it is being incorporated into multiple data tools. So my question is, does BigQuery provides this NLQ capabilities?
Yes, I went to the things, right? So where we have a schema, yes, yeah. So I didn't go through the schema because of the time, but yes, if you see that it can have one or more fields, it can be a flat. Also, we can have a nested query. So I'm very happy that the features are coming out which I haven't covered. That's really good. Fantastic. Yeah, thank you. And
okay, I just have one more actually.
Yeah,
so,
please.
Is it like we also need to work on data modeling stuff, right?
Data model.
Yeah. So is it like BigQuery already provides data modeling thing, or it's like you could use some external tool like Irwin or ER data modeler or something like that, which could directly integrate with it? So how is it exactly?
Yeah, data model, right? We have to build it. We don't have anything out of pocket right now, but yes, I think it might be working in the background. But yes, I think that's a great question. It's in progress. But we can interact with the third party like Irwin. As I'm a data modeler, right? I've extensively used Irwin, right? Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you, everyone. Right? Feel free to reach out to me anytime, and I'll be happy to help.
Thank you so much, Vijay Kumar, for such an enriching session. As a token of appreciation, I request Mr. Adin Shukla, our GDG core member, to present a memento to Mr. Vijay Kumar. Give it up for Mr. Vijay Kumar.
I would like to kudos to all the GDG members. I think they've done a great job and fantastic. All the very best for the next coming events.
Thank you so much, sir. We are really grateful for our sponsors, without support of whom this event cannot be successful. So Indore Institutes of Science and Technology is our platinum sponsor. So
We would like to invite, first of all, we would like to thank IIST for being our sponsor, and we would like to invite Shri Arun S. Bhatnagar, Director General at IIST Group of Institutions, to enlighten us with his wise words.
hello.
From outside. And big salute again. After listening this lecture, I was having one query, sir. Vijay sir. I was very attentive when you were understanding it. Because I don't have any background of CS, or not even engineering. So, can I transfer this big load from my brain server to some cloud server? After listening your lecture, I understood that it is top class. So my compliments to you. So why I am here without knowing anything about engineering? I am here for three purposes. First, to tell the young professionals, young students of Indore that we are with you, IST Group, every time, whenever you will, this kind of events you will organize. We are fully there to support you. Second, to understand what type of teaching we should impart to our young students. Because nowadays the syllabus is ridiculous. That is why we have started the concept of Skill Improvement Group, SIGs, where we are giving 40 hours training after each semester. But that also we have to modify on day-to-day basis because the world is changing very rapidly. So I want to understand what is happening. My background is of bureaucrat, and bureaucrat's mind is very costly. Reason being there, they never use it. So it is always fresh. But after coming to the education, I am starting using it a little bit more. And that too after retirement, I heard that 60 to 70 years are the best productive age. So I am around 68, so I am in the best productive age. So accordingly, I must utilize the information which I am receiving from you people, and it inspires me to introduce new courses. Third objective, to invite all of you to IST. We have earmarked 20 lakhs only for startups and entrepreneurship. So you must come, interact with our students, and if you can tell us something, how we should proceed further, because our dream is to make IST #1 in academic field in entire MP, and that too at a very low fees, because I have a socio-economic purpose. That is why we are promoting merit-based fees structure. You will be shocked to know that those who are getting 90%, 90 marks in JEE, their fees is only 60,000 in IST. And if they are having 80 to 90, 62,000 like that. I'm not here to publicize or marketing IST, but we are giving emphasis that quality education should be imparted to those people who are not having enough financial resources. And with the result, we are getting the results also. And anytime, you are welcome. And third, another point, these two reports which has just come, I am a student of economics. So there is one report of World Economic Forum 2023, which says 80 million jobs will be affected because of the AI. But they are forgetting that 90 million jobs will be added. Let me tell you, when we started computers in our government service, there was a strike. People said, we are losing our job. Now you ask any bank employee or any bureaucrats or any government servant, can you do it without computers? They will say no, it's not possible. Second, which has really perturbed me is a report of our Google, who is the father of AI. He has said that yes, these machines can become more intelligent than the human being, and even human existence is in problem. He is correct. अगर हम इस लॉजिक को और आगे ले जाएं तो मुझे एक फिल्मी गाना याद आता है कि जब मैं भगवान से पूछूं काहे को दुनिया बनाई, तूने काहे को दुनिया बनाई. अब ह्यूमन बीइंग्स तो पॉजिटिव भी हैं और नेगेटिव भी हैं, डेकॉइट्स भी हैं और ऑनेस्ट भी हैं. फिर उसके पीछे तो फिर एटॉमिक बम ही क्यों बनाया गया, एटॉमिक एनर्जी ही क्यों बनाई गई? डेफिनेटली एआई, जिसको मैं पढ़ रहा हूँ आजकल थोड़ा बहुत, ओनली फॉर द सेक ऑफ इंट्रोड्यूसिंग न्यू कोर्सेज, क्योंकि बाकी चीज़ें तो ऊपर से निकल जा रही हैं, तो उसमें ये लग रहा है कि एआई डेफिनेटली इज अ थ्रेट, बट हाउ वी शुड यूटिलाइज एआई, दैट इज इन आवर हैंड. दे कैन नॉट कॉम्पीट the versatile, the vibrations, the genius of human being. That cannot be compromised at any level. We have to manage the whole thing. So of course these are the threats, and the way we are using it, in that way we must be very careful about it, but you have to get up and you have to take control. This is happening every time in each field, in every field. इवन जैसे अब क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग की बात है, जो थोड़ा बहुत भी मुझे पता है, इसका कितना ज़बरदस्त यूज़ हो रहा है. ऐसा लग रहा है कि 75% मिडिल इंटरप्राइजेस और या लार्ज इंटरप्राइजेस आपके जो मल्टी यूज़ में जाएंगी, नॉट द हाइब्रिड मॉडल है और दूसरा आपका मल्टी मॉडल है, तो उसमें जाएंगे. 50 बिलियंस IoT डिवाइसेस आ जाएंगी 2029 तक. That will create a big security risk. उसके लिए हमें क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग की ज़रूरत है, एज कंप्यूटिंग की ज़रूरत है. अब एक नई चीज़ शुरू हो गई, फॉग कंप्यूटिंग की ज़रूरत है. उसके बारे में ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा, कोई पूछ ले कि फॉग कंप्यूटिंग क्या है तो देखना पड़ेगा गूगल पर हाँ, थोड़ा बहुत आइडिया है कि इट इज़ डेफिनेटली साइबर सिक्योरिटी रिस्क है. और एंटरप्राइजेस को जो रीसेलियंस है, तो एक बहुत बड़ी एक और बात आपसे कहने आया हूँ कि करीब 20 लाख जॉब आने वाले हैं क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग में. तो जो क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग में जॉब की कमी नहीं रहेगी, बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट आ रहा है, क्योंकि अब सबको पता लग गया है कि IoT डिवाइस के कारण, साइबर सिक्योरिटी के कारण, बिग डाटा के कारण हमें क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग की बहुत ज़रूरत है. तो बहुत बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट इंडिया में क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग में आएगा. और इसलिए और दूसरी बात, जब हम इंटरव्यू में बैठते हैं, प्लेसमेंट में मैं देख रहा हूँ कि अगर किसी के पास कोई सर्टिफिकेशन है क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग से रिलेटेड, तो ही हैज़ एन एज ओवर अदर्स. और तीसरी चीज़, सैलरी. इफ़ यू आर हैविंग गुड सर्टिफिकेशन, देन यू विल गेट अ गुड सैलरी आल्सो. इसलिए दोज हु आर इन क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग, दे शुड नॉट बी लिटिल बिट बी स्केयर्ड. यू हैव अ ग्रेट पोटेंशियल. और आगे अगले 10 सालों तक कोई भी रिसेशन की बात करे, कुछ भी बात करें, डेफिनेटली रिसेशन आएगा, डेफिनेटली अमेरिकन डोमिनेंस कम होगी, पर जो हमारी स्ट्रेंथ है वो हमारे यंग लीडर, यंग लोग हैं, मीडियन एज है. इंडिया का फ्यूचर ब्राइट है और हमें इंडिया को AI हब बनाना है. और जितने भी न्यू एमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज़ हैं उसमें हमारा इंडिया आगे बढ़े और इंदौर आगे बढ़े. इसी के लिए मैं यहाँ पे आया हूँ, इसी विश्वास दिलाने कि वी आर विद यू every time and each time, whenever you will have this kind of events. Thank you very much. If you want to ask any questions apart from engineering, then you are most welcome. Otherwise, all the best to you and all the compliments to the organizers and all my young students. Thank you very much.
If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Anyone?
Questions पूछना है. I am a poet also, but I am not reciting any poem because that is a very dangerous area. But one poem हो जाए. एक पोयम मैंने लिखी है, उसमें कुछ थोड़ा साइंटिफिक सी है, उसमें कुछ एआई का प्रयोग भी है, तो उसको सुना देता हूं। थोड़ी लंबी है, याद होगी मुझे। जब भी कभी उसकी बात चली, बात ईश्वर की, जब भी कभी उसकी बात चली, बस इसी पशोपेश में रहा, क्या कहूं क्या न कहूं, इत्फाक करूं या ना करूं उन बातों से, उन कथ्यों से जो लोग कह रहे हैं साल दर साल से। बहुत ध्यान से सुनिएगा, उसके रूप गुण धर्म के बारे में 3 बातों को लेकर के डिबेट है कि उसका फॉर्म क्या है, उसके एट्रीब्यूट्स क्या हैं, उसका रिलीजन क्या है। ये यंग लोगों के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। जो लोग कह रहे हैं साल दर साल से उसके रूप गुण धर्म के बारे में, कभी इस जुबान में कभी उस जुबान में, हर एक के अपने तर्क हैं, कुतर्क हैं, व्याख्याएं हैं, कुतर्कों के मकर जाल हैं। कुछ ने दावा भी किया है, ये पिटने लायक कविता है, कोई पीट भी सकता है मुझे, कोई धर्मगुरु। कुछ ने दावा भी किया है इल्हाम होने का उससे, साक्षात्कार होने का उससे, और लिख दिए ग्रंथों पर ग्रंथ यह कहकर कि ये उसके ही वचन हैं, श्रुतियां हैं, उपदेश हैं। और यही सिलसिला चला आ रहा है सदियों से, और मरकटे हजारों लोग धर्म और जिहाद के नाम पर, चाहे इस धर्म के हों चाहे उस धर्म के। एक कौम ने दूसरी कौम को नेस्तनाबूद करना सबाब मान लिया, ईमान और धर्म का काम मान लिया। पर किसी ने नहीं सोचा शिद्दत से, गहन मंथन से, क्या सही में हम उसे पहचान पाए, उसके रूप गुण धर्म का स्पर्श भी कर पाए। पर यही सिलसिला चला आ रहा था, आदमी धर्म के नशे को पिए जा रहा था। पर अब समस्या है, देखिए कविता ने टर्न लिया, पर अब समस्या है। चांद तारों की हकीकत समझ आई है, पता लगा है अंतरिक्ष का विस्तार होता जा रहा है, परख नली का शिशु आकार लेता जा रहा है। एक ही व्यक्ति के कई रूप बनने जा रहे हैं, क्लोन से हम शक्लों का जन्म होने जा रहा है। ययाति का स्वप्न पूरा होने जा रहा है। ययाति एक बूढ़ा राजा था, उसने अपनी एज ट्रांसफर कर ली थी अपने लड़के से और खुद यंग बन गया था। ययाति का स्वप्न पूरा होने जा रहा है, हम बूढ़े ही ना हो इसका प्रयोग सफल हो रहा है। अब इन हालात में कैसे करें परिभाषित उसको? अब क्लोन से 6 विजय जी बन जाएंगे, एक को झेलना ही मुश्किल था मेरे लिए। अब इन हालात में कैसे करें परिभाषित उसको, कैसे सिद्ध करें आत्मा के अस्तित्व को, कर्म के सिद्धांत को, दोजक के दुस्वप्न को, जन्नत के ख्वाब को? क्या कहें क्या ना कहें? अब थोड़ा ध्यान से सुनिएगा। किसे ठहराएं जिम्मेदार सड़क पर सिसकते रोगग्रस्त बूढ़े व्यक्ति की दशा के लिए, कूड़े के डिब्बे में पड़ी नवजात बच्ची के शव के लिए, तीर्थ स्थल में भगदड़ से हुई असंख्य मौतों के लिए, सामूहिक बलात्कार की शिकार हुई अधमरी युवती के लिए? क्या यह प्रारब्ध का अभिशाप था, या भाग्य का प्रतिफल था, या कर्म का सिद्धांत था, या महज एक इत्तेफाक था? उपजते हैं असंख्य प्रश्न इन घटनाओं से, विज्ञान की नई खोजों से, अनुसंधान से। इन सब से उसकी हकीकत पर प्रश्न चिन्ह लग जाता है, उसे नए सिरे से जानने का आगाज हो जाता है। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि उसको हम उसे नए सिरे से जानने का आगाज हो जाता है, पर जब तक इन सवालों का जवाब ना आए, कम से कम इतना तो करें, दूसरों को गलत कहना छोड़ दें, धर्म के किले में कैद करना छोड़ दें। जिसको मानना है माने, जिस रूप में जानना है जाने, ये व्यक्ति की मर्जी पर छोड़ दें। बस यही अगर अदद कोशिश करें कि हम एक अच्छा इंसान बनकर रह सकें, दूसरों के दर्द को महसूस कर सकें, दिल में निस्वार्थ प्रेम की लौ जलाकर रह सकें, हर शय में अपने वजूद का एहसास कर सकें, हर शय में अपने वजूद का एहसास कर सकें। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर your words and this amazing poem. Now I would like to invite Devesh Laskari sir to present the memento to sir. Sir, please. Give a huge round of applause, guys. Thank you so much, sir. So let's continue the event by inviting our next speaker, Bhavesh Bhatt.
Mr. Bhavesh Bhatt is a senior data scientist at Colgate Palmolive, and he loves solving problems. He's a GDE in machine learning and a GitHub star. For all the YouTube fans out there, he's a renowned YouTuber as well, and he loves to play cricket. So give it up for Mr. Bhavesh Bhatt.
Please welcome Mr. Bhavesh with a big round of applause. Everyone.
Hello, hello. No demos. Yeah. Cool, thank you. Perfect. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Good afternoon, everyone. I know lunch is around the corner, and I don't want to be that guy to stop you from lunch as well. So I'll try to cover as much as possible, whatever I've planned. We've already spoken at length with respect to how AI is making so much of infusion in different business. So what today I'll cover is basically something related to AI. I'll show you how you can take a business problem or a problem that you're trying to solve, take that problem, create a solution that is readily available through TensorFlow, or customize it for your use case, and then basically create a web application from it. Weber will cover a session in the afternoon wherein you take the solution that I've created and which resource to use on GCP is something that he'll cover. So I'll quickly start with my session. So I think I've already been introduced, so I won't go into the introduction. I also happen to run a YouTube channel wherein I teach data science, machine learning, AI concepts. So if you are interested in learning data science and machine learning, feel free to check it out. I'll quickly skip this. I'll directly jump to the session today. So I'll start off the session with a very basic concept that if you have a problem in hand, rather than solving it from scratch, the right approach is to take something that already exists, modify it for your use case, and create a solution around it, okay? So the code that I'm starting off the entire discussion is, don't reinvent the wheel, just realign it, and you can kind of create a good ML solution using this particular approach, okay? Now, how many of you have heard of ChatGPT? Anyone in the room who's not heard of ChatGPT? Everyone's heard of it, right? How many of you have heard of Stable Diffusion? Why so less? Have you seen demos where you can create your, say, images, where you can modify your images? That is basically Stable Diffusion, okay? So the amount of research that's happening in the AI ML ecosystem is huge, which is where to create like a very accurate model, there are some challenges that a data scientist faces every day, okay? Some of the challenges are, what was the training data that was used for the entire training process? Was it fairly trained? Is it the latest version? So when ChatGPT came out, we had support or we had access to GPT 3.5 model, right? Today you can access GPT-4 as well. So the models that are coming out and the models that are being open sourced as well, how do you ensure that you're using the latest version and not something that is like 2 months or 3 months old, right? So to counter all of these challenges, we have a solution by Google that is TensorFlow Hub. So what exactly is TensorFlow Hub? How many of you used GitHub by any chance? Everyone's a developer, so I'm assuming yes. Cool. So think of TensorFlow Hub as a GitHub for machine learning, okay? So when you think of, say, creating a solution, when you think of, say, implementing and pushing out a solution, think of TensorFlow Hub, which is something that you can utilize to create a machine learning model. What TensorFlow Hub gives you is the ability to use pre-trained models that are firstly trained rightly, that have been trained fairly, so the entire modeling process has been carried out with the latest version. So whatever you see on TensorFlow Hub is basically the latest version of that particular solution, and the ability to kind of deploy it to multiple environments, which I'll kind of cover in the next upcoming slides, okay? So firstly, have I covered this part? Okay. There are various kinds of models that are present currently in TensorFlow Hub. You have image-related models. Have you seen examples wherein you have to classify images into different categories, which is where you will find a lot of models on TensorFlow Hub. Then you have images, then you have models related to text. So all the fancy GPT examples that you're seeing, be it text classification, parts of speech recognition, all of this fall into the text section of TensorFlow Hub. Then you have video-related models as well. Imagine you have CCTV at your home, and you want to create a solution that can help identify people that are not trained for the model. All of these examples also exist on TensorFlow Hub. Then you have audio-related models as well. So imagine you have 10 people speaking, and you want to divide speech into those 10 speakers so that you are able to understand intent of every speaker, which is where audio models would come into picture as well. So there are tons of solutions out there that you can readily use using TensorFlow Hub, okay? Now, the other advantage of using TensorFlow Hub is basically you can deploy it to various environments, okay? So when you have a model, if you don't use the model, then there's basically no use of creating the model as well, right? So imagine you've taken the pains of gathering the data, modeling the entire model, and then finally you are happy with the model, but if you're not utilizing it, then you're not maximizing the actual value proposition that the model brings, right? Which is where TensorFlow Hub gives you the ability to have models which you can deploy to various environments such as TensorFlow Extended, TensorFlow JS, TensorFlow Lite, and Coral, okay? So if you are thinking of creating a CI/CD pipeline wherein you want to automatically deploy a model based on new training data, you can check out the TensorFlow Extended suite. Then if you are someone who is really passionate about creating web applications, and if you want to deploy a model into a website itself, like if you want to use a browser itself, then TensorFlow JS is something that you should explore. How many of you have heard of Arduino boards? Perfect. So if you create a TensorFlow model, and if you want to deploy it to Arduino devices or low memory, low hardware resources, then TensorFlow Lite is something that you should explore. Okay, one example that I can think of, for example, in your Android phone, if you have to recognize, so there's an amazing app by Google which is called as voice transcription. Have you tried that out by any chance? Voice transcribe, so audio recorder app, the default audio recorder app that Google gives you. What it's doing is it's able to transcribe whatever you speak in near real time, right? So that basically happens using a TF-Lite model that works on your memory itself and then creates the text from the audio that you speak. So if you want solutions that run locally on your mobile phone or low-end hardware devices, then you should basically explore TensorFlow Lite, okay? Is everyone with me? So I have a question now. can anyone tell me what type of dog this is? Which is the breed? We spoke at length that Romil sir used to have 6 dogs, right? So here is where I've picked up that context, and I want anyone to take a guess in terms of which dog breed this is. So this is poodle, which is correct, but this is half correct. There's one more word before poodle. Okay, I won't do anything. TensorFlow Hub will tell me the exact model name. So this is the task in hand. I want to predict dog breeds, which is what I'll kind of show you how you can do this entire activity using TensorFlow Hub, okay? How many of you want lunch quickly, or how many of you want to learn things in a more detailed manner? Lunch? Okay, cool. Okay, then I'll go a bit slowly. So I'll show you the process now in terms of how you can use TensorFlow Hub's models. Again, the task in hand that I have is I want to classify, say, dog breeds using images, which is where I start off using some simple Python code. I import TensorFlow as TF, and I import TensorFlow Hub as Hub. The images, so I've not written the exact code, which will be a lot too much for everyone to digest. I've written pseudocode here and there. So what I've done is I've created a list which will have images. Now images are basically 3 channel images, 3 arrays basically. You have a 2D array, stack 3 arrays together and you have your image. If you stack multiple images together, you will have a 4-dimensional array structure. You basically use, so this particular line of code that you see, this particular line of code is the model that I'm using to make a prediction, okay? So tfhub.dev/google/tf2 preview, etc., whatever is written post that. Basically, that's the model that I'm using for making a prediction. So I create a variable called as classify. I define what model I want to use from TensorFlow Hub. And finally, I pass in the images to this particular model that I've created or the one that I've downloaded. Every model that you see on TensorFlow Hub will give you a probability score, okay? So if a model has been trained for 1,000 classes, every output, it will not tell you that this is a dog, this is a cat, this is a mouse, etc., right? It will give you probability scores based on how you've trained the model, okay? So in this particular example, this particular model has been trained on 1,000 classes. So it will give you 1,000 probability scores for one image. The maximum one is the class that the model is predicting, okay? So whatever I've spoken is what I've condensed in this particular 3 lines of code. I pass in the images. So if there are 10 images, I'll have 10 outputs. Each output will have 1,000 probability scores. The one with the maximum probability at every output is the one that I pick up, and that is the one that I print finally, okay? So poodle was half correct. So the actual dog breed is basically toy poodle, okay? If you notice something, I had a problem in hand. I have taken something pre-trained that was readily available, and can someone count the total number of lines for me in this entire exercise? Less than 15 lines of code is what has enabled you to create a machine learning model or use a machine learning model for your particular application. And later on, I'll show you with even less lines of code how you can create a web application that you can easily deploy to a GCP-based service, okay? Now, if this idea is clear, I'll move to the next part, okay? The part that I've just covered showed you how you can create a solution using something that is already existing, and there was a clear overlap between your problem statement and the solution that was available on TensorFlow Hub, okay? But now imagine if I'm into a fintech business, okay? If I'm into a lending business, if I'm a company that is giving out loans, okay? I want to validate at real time if a particular image that has been uploaded by the end user, if it's an Aadhaar card, PAN card, bank statement, etc. How do I do that? If I search on TensorFlow Hub, there is no such solution that is available. Okay? What do I do next? The next piece is where this particular application comes in, which is called as transfer learning. In simple terms, transfer learning is basically the usage of a pre-existing model, modify it for your data set, and then retrain it, and then use it for your application. Okay? How many of you write reviews online? Do you write positive reviews, negative reviews? Depends, right? So you have two major classes of reviews, okay? You have positive reviews, you have negative reviews, okay? I'm coming to that. So for example, I've created, or TensorFlow Hub has a model that has, that basically classifies reviews into two categories, positive and negative. Now imagine I have a situation in hand where I have to deal with sarcastic reviews as well. I also have to deal with neutral reviews as well, okay? In such a case, how do I use TensorFlow Hub is something that is shown here. So if the initial model, so think of this as input. This is your network. This is like a very small network that I'm kind of using for example's sake. And this is your output. So you have two outputs. The model is outputting two values, positive and negative. Now, I have the model in hand, but it's not the exact requirement that I have. I want the model to output 4 classes: positive, negative, neutral, and sarcastic. So what do? I chop off the input and the middle layers. I take this section only. I add 4 output layers, and I retrain the final layer. Did everyone understand this? I have a use case. I want to create a sentiment analysis application, for example. I don't want to restrict the predictions for only positive or negative. I want to include whether they are positive, negative, sarcastic, or neutral. I have the data with me. I have labeled data with me. Now, rather than building the entire model from scratch, I'm using a pre-trained model. I chop off the input layers. I keep the structure intact. I only modify the outputs, and I retrain the entire model again so that I'm able to create a solution that is able to classify a review in any of the 4 categories that are there: positive, negative, neutral, or sarcastic. Okay? Is this idea clear? Yes, no, any questions? Okay, if everyone's, okay, we are coming there, okay? Lunch is nearby, so we'll reach there as well. But if this idea is clear, this is what is known as transfer learning, okay? What you're doing is you're using an existing model. You have a use case in hand. You are modifying the model to suit your use case. And this is the steps that you basically follow. So you start, you obtain a pre-trained model, you create a base model, you freeze layers. So whatever I've shown you previously, which is this particular region, okay? All of this is frozen. When I say frozen, the weights of these particular connections are not modified, okay? The only modification will happen at the output layer, okay? Then you have trained the new layers on the data set, and finally you improve the model via fine-tuning. Cool? So now what we have is a live example that I've kind of condensed into slides in terms of how you can carry out the entire process. So I have a data set. Again, this is an open source data set available on the TensorFlow website. It is basically having 5 categories of flowers. You have sunflower, you have daisy, dandelion, tulip, and there's one more, I guess. Sunflower, daisy, dandelion, tulip, and roses, okay? For any good machine learning model, you have to supply almost equal weightage of every sample that you want to classify, okay? The model that I'm using for this particular example is the same model that I showed you for making a prediction for the dog breed, okay? What I'm doing right now is I'll take that model. The model has been trained on 1000 unique classes. So you will have dogs, you will have elephants, you will have trees, you will have flowers. What the initial part of the model will do is it will extract features that you can utilize in this particular model, okay? What I do is, now in this case, the entire section that you see right now, which is importing TensorFlow as TF, TensorFlow Hub as Hub, this is the initial import statements that are there. Finally, what I do is I create a variable called as data underscore root, which basically stores all the images that are available on this particular website, which is the file name is flowers underscore photos.gz, which is a zipped version of the files that you have. Then I define image width, batch size, and I carry out the pre-processing. If you look very closely, the image height and image width are 224. Is there a reason why I've chosen this particular size? Is there like a lucky number concept that I follow that I have to have 224 in this? Why is it 224? Why not 230? Why not 400? Why not 512? Anyone can take a guess. It's not very, there's no rocket science involved in this. And just to clarify, it's not my lucky number, so I'm not using this like a number that I'll use everywhere. Why is this 224 and no, it's not any other number? Anyone? Yeah. Perfect, perfect. So when you go to TensorFlow Hub and when you select a model, it will also specify the input sizes that it requires for making a prediction. So you cannot, so some models can work on any image size. Some models are very specific in terms of the inputs that it requires, okay? So I require images of 224 cross 224 input based on my hardware capacity that I have either locally or on cloud. I'm basically keeping a batch size of 228. So why is batch size important? If I have 1 million images and you can take the most expensive GPU in the world that is out there, for training the entire set of images at once, no GPU can support that particular operation. So if you have to train deep learning models with whatever hardware capacity you can think of, you will have to pass images batch-wise so that it's able to learn patterns from every batch and update the weights accordingly. Okay? So even if you think of the highest end GPU that may be able to process millions of records at once, it's still not scalable because you will have to pass in images batch by batch so that the model is able to learn from every batch and update the weights accordingly using gradient descent. Okay? Sorry, not gradient descent, backpropagation. Okay? Now what I do is I create a variable called as feature extractor model wherein I pass in the URL of the feature layer of the model. Now what do I mean by that? The model, the initial model that I showed you, the dog classifier, was this particular model. Okay? When I took the URL as it is, I was using the model as it is. Okay? Now the unique thing that I want to do is I only want the features and not the output variables. So I will only take this particular region and I'll kind of add one more layer at the end and make a prediction based on that. So this model that you see is the feature extractor model. This entire piece is your actual model which will be used for making a prediction. What I will do in our case is I'll take this feature extractor model. I will add 5 output neurons because we have 5 classes of flowers and then retrain it. Okay? Is everyone clear? Is everyone clear? Is everyone clear? So what I do next is I create a feature extractor model that is the initial part except the output. I add a final output layer. So you have feature extractor model and you have input shape and trainable equal to false. Finally, you define a variable called as number of classes, which in our case is 5, because we have 5 set of flowers. Then I create the actual model, which is tf.keras.sequential. You add the feature extractor model. You add the dense layers, that is your 5 output neurons. And finally, you define model.summary, which will give you a summary of the entire models that are there. For people who have worked with deep learning, Keras, TensorFlow, this screen should be very normal to you. So what is happening here is, if you look at the total number of parameters, you have around 2.2 million parameters, okay? Out of 2.2 million parameters, the trainable parameters are only 6,405, which basically correspond to this particular region. So the initial layers will be as it is, they won't be retrained. The final layer weights would be changed. That is the end objective of the entire exercise. What I do next is, I start the training process, and this is how the overall model looks like, or the model performance. So overall with time, loss keeps on decreasing, accuracy keeps on increasing, okay? I want my model to be highly accurate, which is where what we've achieved using this simple model is around 87% accuracy, okay? So again, going back to the start, I had a problem statement in hand. I had 5 sets of flowers. I wanted to create a classifier. Rather than building things from scratch, I used a pre-trained model. I chopped off the final layer. I added 5 output nodes, created connections, and finally I'm retraining the final layers. And this is what I have as my final output, okay? This is the confusion matrix, a good way to visualize where you're going wrong, how much you're correct for different classes. And finally, I'll come to the final section, which is creating a web application, okay? If you've used this, you would say that so little code for creating an entire full-fledged web application is impossible. But all thanks to a Python library called as Gradio, you can create a full-fledged web application using only 5 to 6 lines of code, okay? I've created a function that takes in an image. The model output is what is captured here. And finally, I return the list of probability scores for every class. I define inputs and outputs. The input is image, the output is text, okay? And finally, the interface is created using 1 line of code, okay? So you have gr.interface, function equal to predict image, which is the function that I've defined, inputs equal to image, outputs equal to image, label, sorry, and you can ignore the rest of the parts. I won't go into detail. But now here is an exercise for all of you. Which is this flower? Out of the 5, no, hibiscus was not an option. So we have 5 classes. You have tulip. Is this tulip? Dandelion. What else was there? Sunflower. This looks like a sunflower, right? No? Okay. What I'll do is, rather than me giving you this answer, I'll take this particular image. This is the interface that was created using those 5-6 lines of code. I take the image, I push it to this particular region, drag to upload image, and I get the output. So this is basically a rose. And that is all that I had. I've kind of saved 8 minutes as well. So you can thank me later. So any questions? Yeah, I mean, you can ask questions right now. We have 8 minutes, so yeah. Oh, everyone's hungry, cool.
I have a quick query. So the way you explained the transfer learning model, can it be done or applied on some kind of large language model also, where we change the way it is giving answers and we use the existing weights training data?
So right now, if you use open source large language models, then yes. But again, you will require a lot of compute for retraining the entire set of weights. But for closed doors models, say for example like GPT models, you cannot retrain the weights because you don't have access to it. But for large language models that are open source, I think Llama is one of them. I think that was created by Facebook, if I'm not wrong. So there you can create a custom solution based on the text data that you have, and you can retrain it. Again, it all depends on how retraining happens. A lot of it would be given on the GitHub repository, but for open source models, yes, you can retrain it based on how you want the outputs to be.
And we can limit how it responds, like how the output nodes, we can configure it.
Yes.
Based on
So again, given that this field has exploded so quickly, even I've not explored fully in terms of how you can retrain it. But my guess is, at the end of the day, a large language model predicts the next word. That is all that it does, okay? With all the fuzz that is there, essentially a large language model is, if I'm here, I look back at all the words that are there previously, someone would be telling that, hey, you have to give importance to me, and then you predict the next word. So technically, you can create some sort of a rule while retraining that what you expect in terms of the output, but getting the same output again, I don't think even that is possible because the entire model is probabilistic in nature. So again, retraining for closed door models like GPT 3.5, 4 is not possible until unless they open source it. But for open source large language models, retraining is possible. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
As you mentioned, we can chop up our top layer, but I didn't get if we are introducing new classes. That means we need to retrain, right?
Yes. So that is where,
Yeah.
Go on.
We need to change the input or training data we are putting in, and the algorithm is the same.
Yes.
Right, and that way we are regenerating the model. So
Yes.
isn't it is creating a fresh model instead of changing the existing model, because we are putting the new set of training data, only algorithm is same, input data is same, and based on those input data we are generating another output classes, or basically a model which will return output, generate output layer, right?
Yeah, so technically the way I would rephrase this is, you have something that was already generated that could generate one of the 1,000 class outputs. So if you pass in a photo of a mango, for example, right? It would predict mango as an output class, okay? But when you think of using the same set of weights, so what the initial layers of a convolutional neural network would do is it would try to filter out features for you. So for example, the eyes of a cat, for example, are different from eyes of a dog. So the initial layers I still want to use because they carry a lot of information. The final layers I want to modify based on the data that I provide. So the images, if I have say 1 million images of PAN card, Aadhaar card, and if there is a model that has helped me classify documents in general, I'll use that. I'll modify the last layer by passing in the new set of images. Those values won't change because they are able to classify documents for me. Okay. I want them to go fine tune and give me output based on the 3 classes that I define, like PAN card, Aadhaar card, etc.
Okay.
So the structure remains the same. That model is not changing. You're changing only the output layer and then looking at the value in terms of how this particular model is performing. If it's not satisfactory, and if you have limited data, then you can go one layer back and you can retrain one more layer, 2 more layers. Again, it depends on how much retraining you can kind of use. So yeah, that is the end output.
Follow-up question, is there any way where we can explore what are different types of algorithm in there? If in case I have input or training data, if I'm not getting satisfactory accuracy, can we...
What type of input data are you expecting?
Text data, let's say review for that matter.
So I think one general rule of thumb is, in 2017, if you would have asked me this question, I would have told you LSTM is the answer. But 2017 is when a paper launched called Attention is All You Need. That revolutionized the entire NLP game. So from 2017 onwards, the GPT models that you see right now, GPT 3, 3.5, 4, Google's models that are up and running right now, Bard, all of them are powered by transformers, which are the basic building blocks of your large language models. So you basically have to fine tune for text related use cases. if your data is something that you don't want to send to a server, and if you don't want to like retrain a large language model, then you can use BERT-based models. So you have different versions of BERT as well. BERT is bidirectional encoding representation for transformers. I think I got that correct. But yeah, that is what a BERT model is. Google had already started using BERT for optimizing search. There was a documentary that was published on Google's official YouTube channel. So it passed a standard that was accepted by Google search to be when you type in a result. So every language model has one thing that it has to really get well, that is context.
Yeah.
The bank of the river and I went to the bank, both of them are two different banks.
Yeah, yeah.
So understanding context is where the entire language models come into picture.
Sure. Thanks.
Yeah. See, I'm not stopping you from lunch, but yeah, there are questions, so yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
So you use the word fine-tune, right? And I'm a game developer. I have this use case where I want, let's say I have the ChatGPT API, right? And I say, give me a red car. Okay, now I want ChatGPT to give me the RGB values of red and let's say an asset ID of a car. Right, so is it possible for me to train ChatGPT so that it gives me those specific values?
Ideally, if you ask me just for ChatGPT, I would say no, because the entire model is something that is not visible to you. No one's seen ChatGPT. Everyone's using ChatGPT. No one knows the structure of the entire model that goes behind the scene.
Right.
So technically, if you can create a large language model and fine-tune it based on the data that you have or the questions that you have, then yes, you can create a solution around it.
So yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. So can I tell ChatGPT if the user asks this question or a question similar to this question, give me these values. Is it possible? Because I think in my current project, we are actually trying to do something like this, and we do sort of have an option where we can train ChatGPT.
There's something called as promptify. So for example, writing SQL query is boring, right? Everyone hates SQL. Like, if you like it or not, everyone hates SQL. So what people prefer is, can I ask question to a database in natural language? What are my sales of Colgate Palmolive in a particular city at a particular time frame, right? Which is where you have different libraries that can help you customize a prompt. So what you essentially want is to customize a prompt, which is where prompt engineering comes in. So you can use GPT output as it is, rather than calling it retraining or fine-tuning it. You are kind of passing in the right prompts so that it can learn the outputs and then give you a customized output.
All right. So if I let's say I have a character in my game, right, and I want it to act a certain way, I can use that prompt thingy, right?
Yes. You can initially define prompts for 4 or 5 characters based on whatever I understand right now. And then you can extend it for the other characters as well based on the description that you provide.
And if I want to make it game specific, can I do that? Let's say I have a character, I give it a prompt that you have to help the player, right? And let's say I tell it ki help the player find this car in the game, right? Can I make it game specific?
So if you want an entire language model game specific based on what you want to define, then GCP is offering some solutions with respect to Palm 2 models where you can train an entire RHLF agent. So the way ChatGPT works is there's a concept called as RHLF, which is based on reinforcement learning. So you basically have the ability of retraining the entire data set that you're using through Palm APIs, and you can use that particular language model. So it's possible. Again, you'll have to explore more on that to come to a solution.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Any more questions? Yes, there's a question at the last bench.
So, how it is different from Hugging Face transformers?
So Hugging Face is basically again, Hugging Face is more centered around images and text. Here you have, so Hugging Face transformers, the base is still PyTorch. Most of the models are based on PyTorch. Here, this is entirely based on TensorFlow. You have one more advantage of using TensorFlow here, which is based on the ecosystem that TensorFlow has to provide, right? So you have TensorFlow Lite. So if you create a model, and if you want to deploy it on your cell phone, say for example, then you can use TensorFlow Lite. So there are converters that are directly available that you can utilize to basically convert a model from TensorFlow to TensorFlow Lite. And finally, what you can also do is you can say use it to deploy it on TensorFlow JS, which is basically TensorFlow JavaScript if you want to run it on a web browser itself. So TensorFlow Hub is basically making use of its rich ecosystem wherein you can deploy the model on TensorFlow Extended Suite as well. Now this particular web application that I showed you, what type of instance do you want to use? All of that is something that you can also customize as well, right? So Hugging Face, it has great amount of use cases in text and images like vision transformers, but to make it into a production ready solution, you will have to still push yourself to reach at that particular solution, right? Here you have an entire ecosystem wherein you can use a TensorFlow based solution for all of the use cases, and right from start to end, you can create an end-to-end machine learning solution.
Thank you.
Cool. Any other questions before I wind up? Cool. I'll not stop you from lunch. Cool. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed giving a talk. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhavesh, for such a knowledgeable session. We are really grateful for the amount of expertise that you have brought to our event. So as a token of appreciation, we request Mr. Karan Mittal to hand over the memento to Mr. Bhavesh Bhatt.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to thank Worky for becoming our ecosystem partner and helping us to make this event much successful. So I would like to call Mr. Savan Ladda, founder of Worky Private Limited, to enlighten us from his knowledge and for a small chit chat. So please welcome.
We do have some questions for you as well.
Hi, thank you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate GDG community for organizing this event. And I have just loved the energy of this hall. And yeah, please.
So, sir, would you like to tell us something about yourself and how Worky is helping the community to grow?
Okay. So, my name is Savan Ladda. I'm founder of Worky, co-working and office spaces. We are a 5-year-old company from Indore, and we are there in 23 cities in India currently. We are offering office spaces and co-working spaces to IT, ITES, startups, freelancers, and basically we build a community which helps each other. And workspace is very important because when I was in college and I wanted to start something of my own, so one thing which was missing was right space to work. So everybody, all of you would, you would do your startup or you'll do something of your own. So right workspace helps you to work upon and build upon your products or whatever you're trying to do, it helps a lot. So right workspace helps a lot for your work and your products and overall operations.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's one of the most and utmost thing that is required like for establishing any company. So next question we have is that how Worky is helping building community and startup ecosystem and promoting the businesses to establish it.
So Worky tries to do a lot of events, especially for aspiring entrepreneurs. So we have incubation program, we have acceleration program. where anybody has some idea, they want to build some product. So we help them to, work on that. We have tie-up with, for the Google credits, we have tie-up. We help startups in investments, fundraising, office space. So more or less, it's like a community support we try and build, and that actually helps you to grow.
Okay, so anyone have any questions? Like, sir is open to that. If anyone ask any question. Anyone?
So I think it's lunch time, so everybody is hungry right now.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
It's a very difficult time to come between the lunch. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
Agree.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Okay, so thank you so much, sir. Further, I would like to invite Satyam Patel, sir, to hand over Momento. Sir, Savan, sir. Use round of applause for sir, please. Okay, next I would like to invite Vivek Jain sir from Genie Talk and Sarika to hand over the Momento. Sir, please. Ruchika ma'am, please come. Give a big round of applause. Okay, so it's time for any guesses? Any guesses? It's time for?
We were expecting some energy this time.
It's okay कि भूख लगी है, but at least show off some energy. So are you ready for lunch?
Okay, great. So we request all of you just to go in line and just not make a chaos over there. From the back, you can start going towards the left door, and there'll be volunteers guiding you over there. All of you might be having the food coupons. So if you have the food coupon, then only you'll be getting lunch over here. And we are sorry for those who haven't received it.
There must be very less number of folks, although.
Maybe.
Please, one by one, don't create chaos there. So enjoy your lunch and see you after lunch. Thank you.
अभी लंच हुआ है ना, थोड़ा सा जोश दिखाओ. हेलो इंदौर. There's the जोश. फिर भी आवाज नहीं आई है. How's the जोश? That's like. So cloud enthusiasts, how are the sessions going so far? कैसा लग रहा है? आवाज नहीं आ रही, थोड़ा अच्छे से बोलो. कैसा लग रहा है? एक काम करते हैं. Those who are feeling really good can do a thumbs up. Okay, do a thumbs up. Those who are feeling really good. The sessions were amazing. Yes. Wow. So that's amazing. So जल्दी से जो भी आपके friends बाहर हैं उन्हें अंदर gather कर लो and we can move on to our next speaker quickly. So हम आपको 2 मिनट का loop देते हैं. Does anybody want to share anything? आपस में networking हम आराम से करेंगे. Okay? किसी को कुछ share करना है? We won't mention that. ओके सो बहुत ही चिल्ड क्लाउड और क्राउड दोनों है हमारे पास में अभी. सो किसको ठंड लग रही है यहाँ पे?
इतनी गर्मी में.
Okay, we will ask the people to increase the temperature. Okay. अरे increase. Let's go with max. किसी को कुछ शेयर करना है? The experience so far or the session so far, what they have learned or how they have felt about the sessions or what they are excited about. जल्दी बताओ.
Anything about today's event you would like to share with the crowd?
2 मिनट मिलेंगे बस.
Okay,
ठीक
so
है?
may I have you on the stage, please? Yeah. Give it up a huge round of applause for sir.
I'm just excited about them adjusting the AC. Looking forward to that. Thank you.
Okay, before we get started, how many of you are cloud folks? Like working with cloud? Arey, we had
Or
many
have done any
professionals
cloud
today.
projects yet?
Okay, so we can see 1 or 2 hands. Energy down हो गई है क्या? अब भी खाना खा के आए हो. How energy is down so? So cloud folks, एक chair हो जाए. नहीं बोल रहे हैं वो कुछ भी कराने के लिए. अरे सो रहे हो क्या सारे के सारे? लाइक दोपहर की गर्मी की वजह से नींद आ रही है, राइट? ओके, तो हम एक काम करते हैं, हम नींद को भगाते हैं. सो लेट्स डू अ क्विक एक्टिविटी व्हाइल वी गेट विद आवर सेटअप. सब खड़े हो जाओ 2 मिनट के लिए. आलस तो देखो. चलो नींद को भगाते हैं. क्विकली गेट अप एवरीवन, क्विक.
Let's see who is youngster here.
Everyone is young over here. Okay. अच्छा किसको बहुत टाइम लग रहा है? We can see people sitting still.
They are still sitting
चलो come on,
over
come on,
there.
जल्दी. सारी नींद भगानी है हमें before we begin the session. अच्छा वापस बैठ जाओ, ठीक है? मज़ा नहीं आ रहा. यार इतना टाइम लगता है बैठने में भी. अच्छा वापस से एक और बार खड़े हो जाओ. वापस सारी नींद भाग रही है इन लोगों की अब. अच्छा एक और बार, जस्ट वंस. कम ऑन पीपल, कम ऑन. कुछ तो हो रहा है, कुछ तो हो रहा है. बाकी सब सो रहे हैं क्या? अरे यार ची, इनका फोटो कवर नहीं करना है अपने को.
Okay, we'll not cover your photographs.
अच्छा ओके, सो बिफोर वी बिगिन, आप सब लोगों ने कुछ फोटोज लिए होंगे सोशल मीडिया पे पोस्ट करने के लिए. सो डू रिमेंबर टू टैग अस एंड आवर स्पॉन्सर्स. ओके, सो जिन लोगों ने भी लोगों से इंटरैक्ट किया है, इफ दे हैड नेटवर्कड विद अदर पीपल, सो डू रिमेंबर to tag them also and create new connections over here. How many of you have connected with some different people, like other people, not in their group? Okay, we have a few folks over here. Okay, so for those who have missed out on that, लोगों से connect करना ज़रूर बहुत अच्छा लगता है, because everyone over here, 70% of the crowd is professional, so you will get to learn more and know more about the current technologies. Okay, so let's get started. And before starting, let us introduce ourselves. So I am Radula Mittal. I am a software engineer at Value Labs and also a core GDG team member.
एंड सभी लोग सोच रहे होंगे इतनी देर से बोल रहे हैं है कौन ये लोग. सो इंट्रोड्यूसिंग माई सेल्फ, आई एम सारिका पुरोहित, कोर GDG इंदौर ऑर्गेनाइजर एंड GDSC लीड एट इंदौर इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी. एंड टुडे वी विल बी योर होस्ट फॉर द नेक्स्ट सेशंस.
अब एनर्जी आई है इन लोगों में.
या प्लीज मेंटेन दिस एनर्जी थ्रू आउट द इवेंट.
So we have a special speaker with us today.
His name himself depicts how much Aziz he is. His name is R. Surahutomo Aziz Pradana. Pradana is a Google developer expert for Firebase and an engineering manager. He has gained extensive expertise in various technical areas, including AI, ML, and AR, VR.
Flying in all the way from Indonesia. So please welcome Pradana to present on the topic, What's New in Cloud Firestore. Everyone,
Please,
a huge
sir.
round of applause.
Yes. You can move the slides. Okay.
Cool. Okay. All right. Thank you for the welcoming. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Pradana, and I'm from Indonesia, and I'm a GDE for Firebase. Yeah, it's finally paid off because I'm really having a very long trip. I was going to Indore since Wednesday night, so it's a 2 days trip until I arrived here yesterday, and then I have to go back to the airport after this. So yeah, but it's paid off because I finally arrived here and speak in front of you guys. Okay, so it's really a great thing. In here, I would like to speak about the Firebase, about the data migration in Cloud Firestore. Okay, so since I don't have a lot of time, I might be kind of hasting up. So let's just get started. So yeah, in here, the title is about what's new about the Cloud Firestore for an ease development and migration. Anyone familiar with the Firestore? Raise your hand. Okay, 25%. Okay, cool. That might be great. And anyone has ever done migration, data migration, at least once? Oh, okay. Anyone have ever failed or make a mistake when doing the migration? Raise your hand. Okay, that's cool. I hope that's not that bad. Because it's kind of something scary and risky, but if you have enough knowledge about how to do that, everything will be fine. But once it's messed up, the consequence is really big, especially if you're doing that on a production, where you have like 1 million users, and yeah, that's pretty cost. Okay, so let's start about the Firestore. For those who still don't know about the Firestore, Firestore is a NoSQL database for Firebase, where we can have a great experience using some database itself. Firestore provides many features like a real-time database, and then you can also having an offline mode for the Firestore, so you can still accessing or making some data operation when you're even offline, which is really great. The purpose of this is actually basically we can unlock the application innovation with simplicity, speed, and confidence. Why? Because that's what the Firebase is, to make things faster, simple, and yeah, full of innovation, that you can create a lot of application from scratch, that you don't have to afraid of the cost, that you don't have to afraid of trying to make a new product from one product to another product. And you can integrate Firebase with a lot of products as well. For example, you can integrate with the mobile or with the cloud, with the web, or even you are building some metaverse, web XR. Firebase is also a great companion for it. Okay, so until now, Firestore has a lot of monthly active developers, like 250K, and 4 over a million database that actually on production and still in use, which is really great. So in here, Firebase having a lot of community. So whenever you are having some problem or maybe having some discussion, there are a lot of discussion already. So don't be afraid to start using that because, yeah, it's really a great thing to start and you will not lose anything. It's a good thing to try. So yeah, about the Firestar itself, it's a serverless document database where you don't have to manage your own server, where you can just start your server in a very short time, like at least 1 minute, everything will be ready, and you can do the data operation, write, update, everything in a single minute, which is cool. And it's also support transactions, so you don't have to worry about making mistakes because if there's something wrong, you can just always roll back the operation data. And the availability is 99.9%, which is really high. So you don't have to worry about the downtime itself. Yeah, and as you hear, external consistency. Firestar also support many external or other third library where you can just plug and play to everywhere. And it's a built-in real time. So using Firestar, you will already have the real-time capabilities and the offline capabilities. And last but not least, backend as a service connect. With Firestar, you can connect your backend to many various front end. Maybe your website, or maybe you are using a React or Angular. Everything is, yeah, connectable. So, as we know, if you kind of worry about the protection or the security, Firestar also can be protected by security rules. If you are not familiar with security rules, it's basically a validation on top of Firestar that you don't have to build from scratch. You just need to define the rules and everything will work out of the box. For example, this was just a high level of the overview. As you can see in here, whenever we make a data request, there will be some layer of it where actually it will validate the rules. It will have the rules 1, rules 2, rules 3. And once it passes on that, the data request can be passed to the Firestar and get the data. So you don't have to build the infrastructure. You can just focus on the business, focus on the rules, the data, and you are ready to deploy your app, which is really good. Okay. And Firestar has also companion, so security rules can also protect the other data resource. For example, real-time database and storage to save your media. Okay, so this is the example of the Firestar rules. It's as easy as you can just put some logic on each function, for example. So, for example, in this one, we have some rules, and then we can just specify the rules. If this match some collection, and then we can allow the write, we can allow the read. So every data operation write or read update is always validated out of the box. You just need to define the rules and that's it. Quite fast. Okay, and in overview, Firestar provides the flexibility because since in a NoSQL, you can define anything you want for the data modeling. And then protection is already protected by the security rules and the other security that the Google Cloud has provided. The audit and logging is also built in, that you don't have to build from scratch as well. And last but not least, the integration and data integrity. The integration is really easy, that you just need to define the Firebase project and then install the SDK and everything is connected. Okay, but actually the tricky part is in here. The flexibility. And I think that's what will be the main point of this talk, actually. The flexibility of the NoSQL, and especially in the Cloud Firestar concept, is kind of tricky. So the point is how we can ensure the consistency of the flexibility, how we can adapt the changes while we are still maintaining the consistency. Because I'm sure that the way that we are develop our product from time to time, every sprint, every month, they'll always be changing. And we are always facing some updating the schema. What if we have an existing users like 1 million? It will be really cost because the consistency is really, really important. Okay, so I want to have something enjoyable right here. Just let me tell you some story. So I would like to introduce you. His name is Sparky, and he's a new fresh graduate engineer. And also, he's Mr. Dart. I'm not sure what's his name, but he's senior software engineer. Okay. Actually, they are child friends that has the same interest in the tech. And actually, someday in the office, Mr. Dart asking, hey, Sparky, this week we have to build a data visibility system to protect user data privacy. Okay, wait, how I can do that? Since Sparky is still a new junior engineer, so he's kind of confused. How I can do that? So yeah, more or less, the system will be like this. The data request will be asked into data resources, and if the data resource has permission, especially user A, user B, and user C can access the data. Otherwise, they can't access the data. As simple as that. Interesting, but how? Okay, that's your problem. I need to refill my coffee by, yeah. Okay, so the senior left the junior. So I think this is kind of challenge for the Sparky to understand about what it's all about. Oh, well, the pain of being a junior. Look at my eyes. I don't even know how to reverse a linked list. Okay. So, come on. Maybe I can ask a GPT. Oh, okay, maybe let's try. We can ask a chat GPT as well. Tang tang. It's quite normal because junior, we are still new and the laptop is also still new. I mean, yeah, So long. Okay. Never mind about that. Okay, so we access the ChatGPT and not so useful. It's all about theory. I don't even know how to start. Maybe Sparky think about that. Okay. But wait, I forgot. I can use the cloud security rules. At least ChatGPT give us some clue about that so that we can know where to start. Okay. So Sparky already have the idea. So this is my initial data. First, for example, currently we only have these two fields, email and full name, as simple as that. And I think I will make it like this to make my security rules work. For example, I can add another field and then has permission, and then I can just put the user ID on the has permission. So the point of this is that only this particular user ID have the right access for this document. Okay, so this is pretty straightforward. In that case, I need to do a migration by adding an array of granted user ID for all the data, basically backfilling the data with user ID of the owner itself as the first initial data. Because we don't want to break the existing permission, right? We don't want the previous user don't have the access for their own data. So we have to backfill the data with their user ID as the default owner. Okay, cool. So if you're kind of not aware about security rules, the code more or less like this. As you know, for example, in here, it says that match members and collection member ID. It means that this particular user can access the members collection with the member ID if the request and the authentication UID is equal the member ID. It means that it's the owner of the data that can access the data, and it is logged in and have the credential and have the authentication. And we can allow write if the admin has permission. So it's like a double rules. For example, we can allow the write if the admin has permission about to write and the database, basically. And if you realize the function here is actually referring to the top in there, is admin has permission, which is basically will collecting the data from the has permission field. Something like that. Okay, so let's start making a script for the migration. Okay. Never mind about that. So while we are waiting, let me explain you the current migration system architecture that my company is using. So this is the junior engineer. Junior is easy to expose things. Oh, this is cool. Okay. So basically here, you are kind of not sure about what is this all about. Basically, this is a pipeline. So we have this project directory, and then we can make a pull request into GitHub repository, and the pipeline of the GitHub action will take care of that. And once that, the trigger is this GitHub action. This GitHub action will call the Cloud function to execute the migration script. So basically, all the migration logic will be in this Cloud function. So the Cloud function will execute the migration script, which is actually will call the real-time database. So real-time database is another database. It's not like a Firestore, and it has its own use cases. So if you kind of pay attention, real-time database is more on the data that actually not changing a lot. So the thing that we use this real-time database is to get the list of change log. For example, okay, I have this migration from yesterday and today from the list of the migration for the previous migration, so that we can know that which migration we should run. Okay, so the real-time database will execute, will decide whether we should run the migration or not. And once we found that actually we can run the migration, the Cloud function will trigger to the Firestore and try to do the migration. Okay, so we call the Firestore and perform data migration. In this case, we are adding an array of hash permission into each of the data. That's it. We do some iteration, and of course, in here there's some strategy. You can do some batching, which is you will perform a lot of data at the same time. And then after that, you can also perform a transactional. Why transactional? Because when we have make a mistake or maybe there's some error during the migration, our data will be fine. We can just roll back every time we want. Okay. So, okay, it works, but it's error. Never mind that. So, more or less, the migration script is like this. Basically, you will just need two functions, which is when the migration starts and when migration is stopped, basically. Or basically, the stop is used for the rollback. Whenever there is a problem, you can always revert and roll back to the previous one. In this case, function start. Okay, in the start, we do some custom logic if needed. And then we need to get the user ID, because we don't know, right, the owner of the data. We need to get the user ID from the email, basically. We get the email, and then we get the user ID, and then we will backfill the hash permission with the user ID, so that we can have the initial data like the normal before we run the migration. And then after that, we update the collection for each of the data. That's it. But when it goes error, whenever there's error, and then we run the rollback, we can call the function stop, and then you can make a proper logic. For example, in this case, if hash permission is present, or maybe it means it's already migrated, then you can just delete the field. So it is rollbackable. Okay, that's cool. And then, but what if the data goes larger, like millions of data? Anyone have any idea how to handle this? Experience? Oh, you? How? Yes? Yes? Oh, yes, sure. Okay, migrate the data slowly, right?
So yeah, you basically move the data slowly. You don't move it all at once.
Yeah.
Move the traffic slowly, maybe?
Yes, but that comes with, thank you, that comes with pros and cons. So in that case, if your user's data has 1 million, can you imagine like how many your migration will finish? A week? It's possible like a week maybe. I'm not sure. And that's if everything is run well within a week. What if it's break within like 2 days or 3 days? We never know, especially if we are working on a legacy project. It will be finished earlier. And yeah, we never know the data consistency on the existing project. On the 1 million users data, we never know that the data is corrupt or maybe just one of two or the three. Yeah, so how we can make this scalable? Actually, there are a lot of practice before, and as well as things that we can use to make this easier. Yeah, actually, let us also an update for the Cloud function in Google I/O 23. If you watched the video before, or maybe love watching streaming. So what's new in Google I/O 23 for Cloud Firestore? Anyone knows? Remember? Maybe you're not paying attention. But the point is that Cloud Function now supports for the event arc, which means the Cloud Functions can listen to many kind of events and can be triggered whenever the flag or the event is triggered. For example, the second gen functions can now listen into the IAM, BigQuery, and the cloud storage, custom events, and the other third party. For example, the extensions. So there are a lot of possibilities. This capability is really strong for your cloud function to do migration. The second one is about how the cloud functions can be integrated with many kind of events, for example. So in this case, we got an events from the Datadog, cloud storage maybe, when a force rock, and then the event arc will trigger the events, and then the cloud function will perform the logic if needed, and then yeah, we can do something about it. So basically, the point of this cloud function is get stronger and gets easier, and stronger. For example, this one 14 times event sources, which means now the event source is richer and a lot of things that you can listen to, which means that your cloud function can unlock a lot of possibilities. And this is like what I said before, now it's 6 times longer request, which means if we call this function for the migration itself maybe, now this function can run longer, like 6 times, but it depends. 6 times is like how long? It depends on your data. It depends on how many data on the batch that you are using. So we have to be clever to define these properties. We got also larger instances for more complex operation. Cool. Okay, if we use that cloud function, maybe like upgrading our functions into the second-gen functions, that is great. My function can run longer, stronger, and more stable, which means we can increase the batch size. So it's not moving a little by a little, but increase the batch size and making sure it's stable and making sure that the script or the migration is not stopped in the middle of the way. Okay, now it's not just that actually. Oh, you come back just now, Mr. Dart. You got some problem? It's good. You're lifesaver. Peace. Okay, so anyway, if you look closer to what you do you aware that actually the data might be inconsistent? Yes. If the case is we are building product from scratch, we can make sure everything. But if we try to do this migration on the existing project that we don't even know the exact detail and the exact detail of each data that already deployed on the Cloud Firestore, that could be troublesome and can make an anomaly on our data. So let me show you. Firestore is NoSQL, which provides flexibility. So there's also a chance that actually one or the two data is actually inconsistent. So when you're doing this, when you're doing the migration, your migration might be break because of this inconsistent. So what we should do actually? See, it's causing bugs and data operation for your user or your migration. Practice of consistency is important. So let me show you the principles. The principles, the first one is to define a clear data model. If you are jumping into a new team, a new project, you should ask about how is the data model currently. Because if we didn't ask, and then we make a mistake, it will be our mistake, right? And then we got all the fault. So define a clear data model. And then the second one, plan for data integrity. For example, you can add a validation on the client side, and you can use security rules that I showed you before as a validation. And you have to be able to handle the normalization carefully. Why? Because the normalization is really important in NoSQL. As you know that NoSQL has no rules, right? Because we can put any data. We can put, there is no any relation between data, right? So that's why the normalization is really important. If you kind of not have some understanding about the normalization, basically it's a strategy about how you can save your data in the Firestore. use atomic operation and some transactions if possible, and then have a proper backup in case you mess up and then all the data deleted maybe and in production and user can access their data, then yeah, you should have a proper mechanism. Now, the last but not least, we have to make a data versioning. For example, last created, last updated. When you have that, you will know that when this data is actually updated. Okay. Aside from these principles, there's also an interesting update for Firestore to make your data migration much better. So yeah, what's new in the Google I/O for Cloud Firestore in terms of data? We know that actually right now Cloud Firestore provides a richer query language. For example, equal to or maybe greater than, or yeah, there are a lot of operation because previously this is kind of not possible. We have to do it manually on our end, and that's quite complex. But now you can just use the existing function. And there is also a count. This count is really important to decide your decision, whether you should do the migration or not, how many data that we are getting. Because if we didn't get this count, and then we try to get the data like a lot, like millions, as a mistake, for example, you will be get charged like 1 million data, and that's really not good. So in that case, you have to understand about the data before you took the data or read or update by call the count. And then after that, if the count is correct, then you can make the next decision, whether you do the migration or it depends on the logic that you put. And this OR is also important, so you don't have to make kind of dirty code on your end, because there are a lot of rules of validation on your server maybe, or maybe on the front end. Everything now is compact, and you can just put everything in the query. Right now it's just simpler, so your code will be look cleaner, and yeah, it's much better. And from infrastructure side as well, there's also infra actually. So there's a lot of updates. With this, Firestore and Terraform is actually supporting. Basically, in here, you can manage the Firestore instances whenever you are using. For example, if you think that the Firestore instances is kind of not correct or not good, or maybe it's broken or stuff, and you have the replication, or you have the backup of the Firestore instances, you can always switch the Firestore into the other one. So basically, you don't have to move manually from one Firestore into another Firestore instances. You can just change the name in the Terraform, and yeah, it will be pluggable actually. And this is like what I said before about event arc triggering. So with this, you will have a lot of events that you can listen, which means you will have a lot of possibilities to connect and adapt with the existing, or maybe all the possible migration that you can even think about. Because migration, it depends on the data, and the data, it depends on your product, and your product, it depends on how you think the system. So it's kind of varied. There is no standard for that, but you have to look closer about what you can do and make a proper configuration. So yeah, I think this is kind of summary. We have from our previous graph, as we know in here, there's a Terraform update that you can manage the infrastructure setup, and then even our update that you can use how the cloud function is communicating and how the cloud function is triggering. And then the query update, you will have a safer and more efficient query because the query will be much richer. Okay, so the point of this is that you will have a better migration, and that's it. I think that's all. Any question? No, directly? I'm not sure.
I would like to mention here, sir is about to reach airport at sharp 3 p.m. but he's here. Hats off to his dedication that he's delivering his session over here for you all. Give it a huge round of applause, please. It's impressive to see how Cloud Firestore continues to evolve and provide valuable tools for our developers.
Thank you so much, Pradana, for your valuable insights. Yes. And everybody, sorry we are not asking for questions right now, but you can connect with him on his social media handles. And we would like to appreciate Pradana for this wonderful presentation. So we are calling upon Savvy Jain, WTM Ambassador, for presenting a token of appreciation. Give a huge round of applause, guys.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Happy journey, sir.
Yeah.
So, cloud enthusiast, किसके पास अभी फायर स्टोर का फायर है? फायर बहुत ठंडा है यहाँ का. Okay, everybody.
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है आप सभी की एनर्जी से ज्यादा एनर्जी मेरे पास है at on the stage right now. I'm expecting some energy from you all folks, guys. How many of you used Firestore or Firebase? That's like a good number of count. Yeah.
So we have a good number of people and Firestore enthusiasts. But session ho gaya. Okay, we are done with. How many of you have networked around with people? I know I have asked this question before, but कितने लोग कर चुके हैं बातचीत आपस में? आज सेशन के बीच में भी कर ही रहे थे.
हाथ थोड़ा ऊपर उठा लो.
अच्छे से. Okay. So we have a few networking activities for you guys.
And our networkers are not here at present. So,
okay. So swags किसको चाहिए? Goodies. लालच में कौन आया था?
You don't want to own the goodies and swags? Yeah.
Speakers को भी swags चाहिए. Okay, so we have a few activities lined up. उससे पहले we are going to ask around a few questions to you guys. Does anybody want to share any experience with us? किसी को कुछ कहना है? Except for the food. उसके अलावा कोई कुछ भी चलेगा. Like how was the session? What you have learned? Okay, it's a thumbs up.
Okay, ma'am, may I have you on the stage, please? Give it up a huge round of applause for ma'am.
Hello, thank you everyone. This is Aarti Jethania here, and I am the GDSC lead from MIT Ujjain, and this is my first event that I am attending with Indore folks. And I will be, the session is very good because it's my first session. I am trying to attend previous session, but due to some reason I am unable to attend. But definitely I can say आपकी टीम का जो वर्क है रियली बहुत मुझे अच्छा लगा बिकॉज आई हैव ऑल्सो लीड सम इवेंट इन माई कॉलेज कैंपस एंड इन द उज्जैन सिटी बट आई वुड लाइक टू मीट विथ यू एंड जॉइन योर टीम विथ ऑल दिस थैंक यू
Thank you so much for sharing your insights. Okay, so anybody else who wants to come up and share their experience? So please. We have two people over there. Next.
Hey, hello everyone. My name is Tanishq. So, first of all, like I'm not from an engineering background. I came from a commerce background. Then I became a developer. And like the atmosphere I got here, it's like amazing. Like this is my first event. So earlier I thought that everyone would be like ignore me or something. Like it would be really tough for me to interact with you guys, understand the events, understand the talk with the speakers. But it was really amazing, and the learning I got from here is like amazing. About the BigQuery, about the Firebase, and everything else. I would really try them out, and even the community members are so good that they helped me to reach here, and like that's it, I guess. So yeah, I don't have much to tell you guys, but yes, like, thank you everyone, because like coming from a commerce background and settling down over you guys is like amazing. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We had somebody else also. Yeah, please come.
Hey guys, hi. So ultimately, what is the goal of the all these community events, right? ये सब लोग इतना मेहनत करते हैं, सब लोग इतना बड़ा event organize करते हैं, and their goal is to help their people, we people, to grow in our career, like get a job or create connects. Same story मेरा भी था. I attended my first Google Cloud event back in 4 years ago. In that same event, I met a CEO of a company based out on Indore only. I pitched him to let me intern from for their firm. Things went well. 4 साल पहले I started to intern with them, and very proudly I am happy to share that right now I am leading an entire department in that particular company, all because of attending just one event and networking with that particular person. So guys, make the most out of it, because जितना value यहाँ से create होगा, we all are professionals, and it will change the course of your life entirely. So guys, thank you so much.
So moving forward, I would like to know the count. How many of you are from Indore? Just put down your hands. Thank you so much. And how many of you are outside of Indore? Okay, it's good number of count. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much for encouraging people to connect with everyone. So moving forward, हम लोगों ने goodies की बात की थी, swags की बात की थी. So coming up, we have amazing networking sessions. आप लोग जितना participate करेंगे, आप लोगों को उतना मजा आएगा, and the winners will get cool goodies. So have a huge round of applause.
And we have with us Priyal Jain and Karan Mittal for the networking session.
Hello. Hello, people. Have you enjoyed the sessions?
नो और यस 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 यार, खाने के बाद में तो एनर्जी आ जाना चाहिए. नहीं मिला. नहीं मिला. चलो कोई बात नहीं यार.
अब मिल जाएगा.
अभी कहाँ? Okay. So let's do some fun sort of activity. And for developers, fun activity is what? Quizzes, problem solving, right? So we are going to start with that. So I am Karan and this is Priyal, and we are both community members from GDG Cloud Indore, and we are going to do a short quiz. And from this quiz, we will select 5 winners. We'll get some cool goodies and swags. All right. So the thing is simple.
So like Slido, सब aware है Slido से?
हाँ, how many have you done any quiz on Slido? Only 2, 3? No.
No, organizers can't. Okay, if not,
It's going to be very general quiz. Like we will be asking questions around your developer lifestyle, what sort of programming language you might use, and all that sort of polling sort of things. All right. So very simply, just scan the QR that we are going to show you in the next slide. Join that open that web page and join the game from there.
I would suggest everybody to use your name, not your email ID and other nicknames.
Yeah, that is kind of important too. So
That is very
you
important.
are to use your original name, please, for us to identify you easily. Okay, scan this QR.
You can scan this QR code. If not, then you can type the URL slido.com and you can see the screen below and the text like join as a participant. You have to enter the code which is 3219532. Everybody done?
You can just raise your hand if it's connected and works for you.
Everybody done? Please do fast so that we can start the quiz.
So what sort of networks are you all using? Like anybody has tried 5G network of Jio, Airtel? Yes? So like is it satisfactory for you guys? Yes, sir. Only from organizers, not from audience. Done? It's
Hoping
not asking
now.
for name. Even more random.
No hand raise. Hoping now everybody got connected to the URL. Can we start?
No worries, just if it's not asking for name, just keep the score at the end of the game. We will track from there, although it should.
Okay, so we are starting now.
Okay, so many people.
So many people have joined. Yeah, you can see your
134.
name once you enter the
142.
Slido code with URL.
It's increasing day by day. Nice. Thank you for not using any other names. Okay, so our first question comes in. What would you like about Google Cloud Community Day Indore 2023 event?
What would be the answer?
Super awesome. Of course.
Nice.
32% of you think it's just awesome. How?
How? Mustafa.
Nice, nice.
So the next question, which is, would you rather first check your email every morning or check your social networks first every morning? This is a very casual question. We usually do. I prefer usually. Yes or maybe.
सुबह उठ के सबसे पहले व्हाट्सएप पे क्या आया, टीम्स में नोटिफिकेशन क्या आया है, मेल क्या आया है, मुझे आज काम करना है, वीकेंड पे काम करना है कि नहीं, क्या आया है. होता है ऐसा? यू ऑल चेक ऑन सैटरडे फर्स्ट मेल क्या आया आज. मे बी यस ऑफ कोर्स 84%.
Priyanshi won this.
Okay, so next question is, would you rather have an easy job working for someone else or work for yourself but work hard? I think working for someone else is also hard.
For me, it's totally relatable, right?
किस किस को अपना जॉब बहुत इजी लगता है?
69%.
Vijay is raising hand. किस किस को अपना जॉब बहुत फन लगता है, पसंद है? Right? Yes, we all love technology. Nice. Totally relatable, guys. Okay, so which of the following is an example of the cloud? I think only one answer is correct for this.
AWS, Dropbox, Cisco WebEx, all of the above.
Google Cloud Platform.
Many of the professionals are working on many cloud-centric technologies. So, AWS highest.
So that's what this question was about actually. So like GCP AWS and Azure. We only heard 3 names, but there are more cloud than that. But also always think that GCP is also quite reliable now. And how many of you have checked out the Palm 2 model that Bhavesh was also talking about actually, right? Quite interesting, right? Okay, so this one is Kubernetes is an open source project of which company? If you have worked with cloud, I am sure you know about Kubernetes.
Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Cloudflare.
Of course. So Kubernetes was actually an internal tool that Google used and then they open sourced. It's a really amazing orchestration tool.
So the next question.
The term dash refers to a network or internet. Okay, I don't know which one it is.
CRM, cloud computing, cloud computing. Any guesses?
Some of the questions are very vague, right? Cloud computing, which one is it?
Cloud.
And there are 220 people playing, so that's really cool. Thank you for staying with us after the lunch. And finally, which of the following refers to the client part of cloud computing system? Backend, frontend, infrastructure, management.
Any guesses?
Let's see what the poll says.
Front end.
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure.
Yeah. This one was quite mixed in review, right? Front end.
Only 32% got correct. Mohit Jain.
A dash is a cloud computing service that is both hardware and software.
Model, service, platform, all of the above.
Interesting. Right.
Platform.
So last one is also quite a good one. Cloud computing doesn't require that and software be composable.
Cloud, hardware, database, all of the above. Again. Hardware.
Okay, let's see.
Got
Right.
it correct.
Okay, so with the quiz ending, we have our 5 winners, and they are Mustafa Azad, Mohit Rathod, Harsh Soni, Mohit Jain, and Mohit Asriwal. Can you please guys stand up? Can you please
Can we
come
have
on
a
the
round of
stage?
applause?
A huge round of applause, please, for them. Can you guys please come on stage?
क्या दूँ? Goodies नहीं है. Your good name? Come front.
So, how was today's sessions all? Perfect. Awesome. So, these are our top winners, and we will be presenting them with some goodies at the end of event. No, but we will. That's for sure.
We will definitely give.
आप में से किसको नहीं मिला है कुछ मर्च आज तक गूगल के इवेंट से? कुछ हाथ दिख रहे हैं मुझे. कितने लोगों का फर्स्ट इवेंट था ये? फर्स्ट इवेंट. It was your first event?
Too many people.
Oh, nice. So overall, I am thinking that it's super awesome for you all as well, whoever it is first event था जिनका, कि आज उनको लग रहा है कि सैटरडे यार ज़्यादा पढ़ाई कर ली, ज़्यादा सेशंस कर लिए. Okay, so do you, any one of you want to say anything about today's event or like have anything to say? No? Just
thank you team GDG for this awesome event. Learn so many new things here and network with few folks here. And definitely it is one of the most amazing event in Indore. Yeah, thank you.
Because I said I will give them something. So huge round of applause, please. Huge round of applause.
तुम दोनों भी आ जाओ.
Okay. So thank you.
Thank
you
you.
guys. And next up is a puzzle. So इसमें आप लोगों को ना हाथ उठाना पड़ेगा पहले कि क्या हो सकता है क्या नहीं. ठीक है. The puzzle is like you will be seeing 2 pictures or 3 pictures as clues and you need to figure out a word. All right?
थोड़ा सा shout करना पड़ेगा. You have to guess.
Yeah.
Fire base.
It's that popular. Fire आते ही fire base बोल दिया.
Fire आती. Okay, so next.
This one is going to be
What is
tricky.
that word? No. Any guesses?
नहीं
No.
बहुत simple है. It's 2 words actually. This one is 2 words. Huh?
No. I can give the hint. It is related to cloud. No.
It's GCP only today, sir.
Okay. I am revealing big data.
this question was bad.
Okay.
Okay, this one you will be able to
This
figure
one is very interesting.
भावेश का सेशन सबको अच्छा लगा, मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा है ना?
Guess.
हाँ. GCP.
GCP.
Okay, this one.
This one.
AI.
Robot देखते से ही AI.
So the most difficult one was the big data one, right?
This is the
Okay,
most
check
interesting
this
one.
No,
You-
this one. It's this event, Google Cloud Community Day.
Day Indore.
You shout out to the whole team and every one of you who are staying here with us. And all the speakers who have delivered some amazing sessions. All right, so our
want to thank
networking
you.
session is over. And thank you so much for joining us today and spending some time with us on the weekends.
Hope you enjoyed the networking sessions and the rest of the sessions. Thank you.
So let's continue on with the event.
So guys, मजा आया? है नहीं कि चला गया? Let's go. आ रहा है कुछ तो आ रहा है. Okay, so with moving forward from this amazing networking session, we have our next speaker lined up. But उससे पहले ना एक छोटा सा question है. So what did the cloud say about its expensive cousin?
He's a server or pricey?
Pricey? Okay. So that server is really high priced. Now we are talking about cost and prices. So cloud computing comes up with costs.
But we have FinOps to the rescue. Financial operations is a practice that combines finance and operations in cloud computing. It focuses on optimizing cloud spending and maximizing the value organizations derive from the cloud investments.
We have seen organizations successfully embracing FinOps principles. By implementing FinOps practices, companies have gained better visibility into their cloud spending, allowing them to identify cost-saving opportunities.
Joining us is Mr. Mahesh Gupta, cloud migration consultant at Google and FinOps practitioner and a professional cloud architect, sharing his insights with us on FinOps, a cultural shift in cloud spending. So please welcome Mr. Mahesh with a huge round of applause.
So shortly, we will be diving into the world of FinOps and how it is revolutionizing cloud spending. So let's have a huge round of applause for him.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Thank you both of the hosts for setting the stage. काफ़ी अच्छा इंट्रोडक्शन वो ऑलरेडी फिनॉप्स का दे चुके हैं. I'll try my best to add on that. So let's begin. Today I'll be talking about a new concept in cloud computing, that is FinOps, a cultural shift in cloud spending. Before I go into the session, just a disclaimer that the content and views I am presenting here is of my own and not of the organization I am associated with. I am not speaking on behalf of Google Cloud here. Let's introduce myself. My name is Mahesh Gupta. I am a cloud consultant and FinOps practitioner currently working in Google Pune. I am having 11 years of experience in IT industry. I am basically from Indore, so it's very nice to be part of the event which connects to your home city. I have worked with multiple MNCs before, like Hexaware, TCS, and DXC Technologies in Indore. So that was about me. Let's start our session. So what is FinOps? Let's first try to understand what this is all about. So when we came out of waterfall model, we introduced DevOps, when development team and operation teams coming together to expedite the software deployment and delivery process. Now when organizations are making footprints on cloud, there is a new concept called FinOps, which is DevOps plus finance. That becomes FinOps. FinOps is a cloud financial management discipline and cultural practice that enables organizations so that you get more and more value from the cloud. Whatever you are spending on the cloud, it should return a good amount of business value. And in the FinOps culture, all the teams come together and make some data-driven decisions. So अगर मैं simple term में बोलूँ तो FinOps क्या है? क्लाउड पर जब भी हम कोई सर्विस या रिसोर्स यूज़ करते हैं उसका हमको बिल पे करना पड़ता है. So every month there is an invoice. That amount is a huge. So in FinOps, we do that, the management of that cloud financials. And हम थोड़ा पैसा बचाने का भी ट्राई करेंगे because money is what matters us most, right? Why we need the FinOps? So if you see this report, which is a Flexera report of 2023, what is the common challenge that cloud offers you? What do you think, like what is the challenge on the cloud platform when you use the cloud platform? Can anyone guess? Security? Cost, right? So normally we say like security is the topmost concern when we start using cloud technologies, but it is not. More than 80% of the organizations are facing challenges with the managing their cloud spend. So FinOps is very paramount here to understand and to implement. There are some other factors like why we need FinOps. When organizations are making footprints on the cloud is an operational expense for them. So every day you consume some resources, every day you consume some services, and there is an amount which is added to your bill. So it's an operating expense. Second factor is cloud is self-service. Means any developer like you and me, with a single line of code or single click, spend the company's money. So that is another challenge with the cloud. Billing data is very complex because we use the cloud resources on a micro amounts. Per usage, per second is charged. So it is very complex to understand the billing. And obviously the cloud cost model is a variable. So whenever there is a peak demand, you will use more resources. In the off hours, you use less resources. So the pricing is also variable. Before we implement a FinOps in any organization, we have some principles which are offered by FinOps Foundation. This is mostly the theoretical concepts. I will not go all of these. But yeah, let's talk about some like ownership. So when you implement the FinOps, everyone is accountable. So whether it is finance, whether it is business, whether it is product, or it is engineering team, everyone is accountable of what they are using. And then another principle is collaboration. So all the teams, the 4 pillars of any business or any IT organizations, which is FinOps, technology, product, and business, they come together and make some data-driven decisions. With these principles, we follow the FinOps or we implement the FinOps in any organization. The other principles are like data accessibility. So when we implement the FinOps, we implement in such a way that all the data should be accessible to everyone in a near real time. So these are some principles. I would like to move now on the FinOps maturity phases. These maturity phases are very similar how as a human we grow. So after few months of the birth, we start crawling, we can crawl. And then after few months, maybe 7 or 8 months, we can walk. And then after a year or so, we can run. And after that, we keep on running for the entire life, right? So these are the FinOps maturity phases. We implement the FinOps using crawl, walk, and run step. We take a small step with very limited complexity, and then take actions, celebrate the success. Then we again take next step as a crawl, walk, and run. So this is how you implement the FinOps and then get maturity on the different part of the cloud. There are 3 FinOps phases. इसको एक example से समझते हैं. So there are 3 phases: inform, optimize, and operate. मैं आपको एक example देता हूँ कि how you can apply these concepts even at your home. So हमारे घर पे electricity bill आता है सबके घर, right? Every month we consume electricity for the 30 days and then we pay a bill. So अगर मैं आपसे कहता हूँ कि हमको उस बिल को ऑप्टिमाइज करना है या फिर उस जो बिल हम पे कर रहे हैं उसमें कुछ अमाउंट हमको रिड्यूस करना है, सो हम FinOps के फेसेस के थ्रू कैसे उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे. ड्यूरिंग द इन्फॉर्म फेज व्हाट यू विल डू, आप लास्ट क्वार्टर और लास्ट 6 मंथ और 1 साल के जितने भी बिल्स हैं उनको इकट्ठा करेंगे और देखेंगे कि व्हाट इज़ योर पैटर्न. सो हाउ मच यू आर पेइंग एवरी मंथ, आपका कंजम्पशन कितना है हर महीने का, आप कितना बिल पे कर रहे हैं. आप उसमें ये भी देख सकते हैं कि क्या किसी पर्टिकुलर मंथ्स में, जैसे कि गर्मी के मौसम में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का कंजम्पशन ज़्यादा है या विंटर टाइम में आई एम कंज्यूमिंग मोर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी. सो दोज काइंड ऑफ पैटर्न यू आइडेंटिफाई इन द इन्फॉर्म फेज. व्हेन यू एंटर इनटू द ऑप्टिमाइज फेज, आप सबसे पहले ये डिसाइड करेंगे कि हाउ मच आई वांट टू ऑप्टिमाइज. सो लेट्स से मेरा बिल अभी 5,000 रुपीज़ आ रहा है पर मंथ. आई एम सेटिंग अ टारगेट दैट आई विल cut down my bill with the 10%. I want to pay 4,500, not the 5,000. So I'm setting my target as a 10%. Now how I will reduce the bill to 10%? That you do in the optimize phase. आप अपने घर में देखेंगे कि okay, there is a fridge in the kitchen which is running, which is active. But there is another fridge जो कि पुराना है, वो plugged in है, उसको हम use नहीं कर रहे हैं. So that is a one candidate where you can optimize. Another option is, if your consumption is more, you can think of, okay, I will install solar panels. That way I can further reduce my bill. So in the optimize phase, you will identify such areas where you can save your money. Operate phase is where you take actions. So you go and switch off that fridge, which is just adding some extra amount to your bill. So this is how we apply these phases into FinOps implementation. You first do inform, then optimize, and then operate. Let's go into these phases one by one in more detail. So as I talked, inform phase is just understanding your cost and the drivers, like what is your cost, आपका अभी बिल कितना आ रहा है, and उस बिल को आने के पीछे who are the drivers. So which are the drivers behind them, and then we give the visibility to the teams into cost. So for any organization, there are multiple teams. We define that which team is adding what amount to the bill. So that is the cost visibility. At the same step, we define our budget and we forecast कि आने वाले टाइम में हम लोग कितना स्पेंड करने वाले हैं क्लाउड पर. There is one important point which is shared cost. So क्लाउड पर क्लाउड प्रोडक्ट टीम बोलेगा हम we are developing a product using this feature and we are consuming this resources. There are some other teams who are working on something else, but there are shared services that use. So every product needs security. So that is something which is shared cost. You should allocate that cost to every team independently. Now, I am showing you something which is coming from the Google Cloud console. So if you go to the console, and you can see like how much you are spending. So there are three parts of this page. I know it is not easy to see, but I'll go it one by one. At the top, you have two parts. You can see like how much you have spent till today, starting from the first of the month. So the example shows the cost for the April month. From April 1 to 18, you have cost some amount, some dollars. And then there is a forecasted value, like for the remaining days, what would be your cost? And this is derived based on your usage pattern. So the cloud billing report shows on daily basis, like how much, what is your bill till today. The middle part of the billing report, which shows a bar chart for every day, what is your bill, and then the colors are showing the amount for a particular service. So the blue ones is consuming more amount here of the bill, then there is a orange one, yellow one, and green one. So this visualizes your cost. The bottom part of the billing report break down your bill into the services. So here you can see the support services having highest proportion, then the cloud spanner and compute engine. So GCP billing report page is very important where you can go and understand your cost. You can apply the filters. So when you go to the GCP billing report page, you can see your cost for any specific service, for any specific project, or even you can give the timeline. So let's say you want to understand the cost for a particular week or for a 15 days. You can apply that filter there and you will see the cost for that particular time period. Some other options which are available on the GCP billing page is like cost table, cost breakdown, budgets, alerts, and billing export. Let's see them one by one. Cost table will show you the invoice. So for any particular month, you can see the invoice. You can go into the past. So like this is May month. If you want to see the invoice for the Jan or Feb, you can select that month and it will show the invoice for that particular month. You can see and you can download that invoice from here. Next option, cost breakdown, which shows your base cost and then how much discounts you have got in terms of sustained use discounts and the other discounts like promotions or spending based discounts. Next feature is budgets and alerts. This is very important. So let's say you are spending X dollar of amount every month. And now we can set the budget. So let's say my bill goes 50% of the predefined budget, then I will get an email alert. So that everyone knows that, okay, I have consumed that much budget. So you can create the budget by giving the scope. So you can give the time range. So you can say like within a particular month, I want to spend only this amount, only this amount. And if I exceed that amount, then billing admins and billing users will be notified by email. Very important, another feature, as Vijay already talked about BigQuery. So another use case for the BigQuery is your entire billing data you can export to the BigQuery, and then you can do the analysis, or you can get the insights out of your billing data. You can do the analysis like कौन सा सर्विस सबसे ज़्यादा कंज्यूम कर रहा है, कौन सा सर्विस ऐसा है जो किसी पर्टिकुलर प्रोजेक्ट या प्रोडक्ट पर हम कितना अमाउंट स्पेंड कर रहे हैं. That analysis you can do on the BigQuery once you do a billing data export. There is another concept called tagging. So when you use any resource from the Google Cloud Platform, some tags are associated, but that are like numbers, alphabetic numbers. When you see your bill, you will not be able to understand like from where this bill is coming. So a good strategy is to label the resources, and a good labeling strategy is like you can tag any resource with starting from hierarchy business unit, then service, and then owner. Who is the owner? It may be a team or an individual. And then this resource belongs to which environment? So maybe prod or test or development. And finally, a familiar resource name. So if you tag a particular resource, and when you do a billing data export to BigQuery, in the export, you will see these tags available. You can use this tags value to further analyze and identify some insights from there. A common situation here, but before I talk about it, do you remember this character from a well-known Bollywood movie? What is the name of this character? Gajini. This is not Gajini, yeah? So, yeah, some people are saying Sanjay Singhania, that's correct. So we people normally have tendency to forget the things. This character is not Gajini, he is Sanjay Singhania. The same way we have a situation when we do the development. So FinOps practitioner will say, hey man, you are not using this resource. Developer will say, oh, this is there. I don't know, I forget, I'll delete them. So this is a common situation when you do the development. People spin up some resources, do some testing, and then they forget. But क्या होता है उसके पीछे? आपकी कंपनी को उसका पैसा पे करना पड़ता है, because that resource is not removed from the platform. This type of situation we tackle during the optimization phase. Now, when we say optimization, we can go for two kinds of optimizations: usage optimization and rate optimization. Usage optimization is where we control our uses, and the rate optimization where we look for some discounts or some commitments. In the usage optimization, the first technique that we apply is the removing the ideal resources. So any resource which is ideal, so let's say koi VM hai, or it is just allocated, but no one is using it. If we remove that, we will be able to save the cost for this resource. Right sizing. So there is another thing that we can do. Right sizing means you have to plan how much capacity you need for your workload to run, and then accordingly allocate the resources. So if you need a VM for a smaller workload, you can go for a smaller machine, not the larger one. So if you do the right sizing, it will surely save your cost. Then there are managed services, means you pay only for what you are using. You will not pay for the service when you don't use it. And this is especially beneficial because we all are Gajini, Sanjay Singhania kind of people. So that way you can save your cost when you go for the managed services. Let's discuss about rate optimization. So committed use discount is the one where you can literally save around 50% of your cost. So if you go to the GCP and commit for a 3 year, that I will be using these resources for next 3 years, you will get discount of more than 50%. So that is a huge saving there when you use committed use discounts. Other techniques are using preemptible VMs. So if you have batch workload, which can be interrupted, you can go for preemptible VMs. Another type of discounts that you get is the sustained use discount. And with the storage, you can apply storage lifecycle management. Again, I am taking you through the GCP console, where there is a recommendation hub. So when you log into the console, there is a third tab called a recommendations. What it tells is, on this page, Google Cloud, using AI and different models, it generates some recommendations for you to save the cost. So it will say, hey, you are not using these resources for this many days. You can delete them. So you can go and check the recommendation hub. Automatically, recommendations are generated every day based on your usage pattern. So you can just go and click and you can apply that recommendations. It also shows like how many cost you will be able to save when you apply these recommendations. So this is a very good feature that's available on the Google Cloud to save your cost. Oh, there are white fonts. Okay, no problem. So I would like to show some techniques based on the effort and savings. So in a less effort, more savings you can do. And give me a second, please. So the techniques which need very low effort. So with the very less effort, you can maximize your savings. Some of the things are like right sizing. So if you use a right size machine or right size resource, this is a very low effort, but you will able to save a great amount of your bill amount. Then another one is the committed use discounts, where the savings is more than 40 or 50%. There are some other quick savings that you can go for removing the idle resources that we have discussed. There are some other techniques which require high effort and the savings will be high. That is re-platforming. So you can re-architect or re-platform your application to use cloud native services, go for serverless services. That way you can optimize your cost. We have already discussed this, like you can, same way as the billing data, recommendation data is also, recommendation data can also be exported to the BigQuery. So whatever recommendations are generated on a daily basis, you can export it to BigQuery, and then from the BigQuery you can take actions. One of the use case that I have implemented is, you export the recommendation to the BigQuery and then integrate that BigQuery data to some ticketing system. So let's say Jira software. So whenever a recommendation is generated, a ticket on the Jira is created, and then the relevant team will take action on that particular item. That recommendation will be applied, and then you will be able to save some cost there. So this is very helpful again when we do the FinOps implementation. This is how you can export the recommendation to the BigQuery. On the console, if you go, there is a third tab, recommendations, and there is an export option available. When you click on the option export, it will ask for a BigQuery dataset. There you supply the BigQuery dataset name, and it will automatically create a table within that dataset where all your recommendations data will be available. Moving on, this is how you see when your data is exported to the BigQuery. You will be able to see like for what service this recommendation is generated. So here you see this is a compute service, and which is the target resource. So if you see, there is a region name and the zonal name on, and the description says that if you purchase a 3-year RAM commitment for this particular region, you will be able to save some amount there. It will also show the potential savings. So that's also there. I have not covered all the columns because it will not be a fit for the screen. But this is a good use case where you can export your recommendations to the BigQuery. This is how the entire flow looks like. So you see there is a billing data and recommendation, and you export that to the BigQuery. From BigQuery, you can integrate to Looker Studio, where you can visualize nicely graphs and charts which shows like how much you are spending on which service within which time frame. So you can do a lot more good graphics or good visual you can apply on the Looker Studio. This is a complete flow when you implement the FinOps. The last phase, we have covered inform phase and optimize phase. The last phase is the operate phase. So whatever we have planned till now, like how I would like to optimize, which recommendations I will apply, all this thing we take into action into the operate phase. We set up a process so that we can take the actions to apply those recommendations or to remove the ideal resources. We actually go and switch off those resources in the operate phase. In this phase, we also build a culture of FinOps into the organizations by upskilling, building some communities, making awareness to all the development groups in the operate phase. Similarly, I have given an example of like electricity bill. The same way there is a use case like if you want to turn off resources off the hours when they are not used, you want to turn them off. In the FinOps phases, how you do it, in the inform phase, you will identify, okay, which are the resources which I can switch off during the off hours. In the optimize phase, you will determine like how much I would like to save. What would be my potential savings? And then in the operate phase, you actually go and define the process to shut off those resources. And you also define a process like whenever new resources are added, automatically this policy applies to all those resources. So that's another use case. Yeah, so that's all from my side for today. And I'm open up the question answer sessions here. Thank you. Any questions? Feeling sleepy? No questions? Okay, that's good.
Okay, guys, if you have any questions, please let us know.
No questions. They have understood everything. Yeah. Thanks.
That is the connection between the audience.
Yeah.
You are also so that was the connection between the audience and the speaker. इंदौर की जनता इंदौर के स्पीकर की बात जल्दी समझती है, right? Okay, so thank you so much, Mahesh, for this wonderful presentation.
Yeah.
And we would like to express our gratitude for sharing your insights and expertise on FinOps. So please welcome Priyal Jain and Darshan for presenting the token of appreciation. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, okay. Yeah, just.
Understanding compute options empowers developers to optimize performance and cost efficiency. So by choosing wisely, they can scale seamlessly and deliver better user experience. But Sarika, have you heard of BARD?
BARD, ये क्या होता है?
अरे वही जिससे अपन ने स्क्रिप्ट लिखा था.
Oh yes, we have used BARD and ChatGPT for writing our ranking scripts.
So we have been too dependent on Google for like taking up our management tasks and every operations, right?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Sarika, have you ever faced trouble while deciding on which compute option to choose?
Certainly, GCP offers a range of computing services that go from giving users full control to highly abstract. But कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है that which computing service to choose.
Okay, so to solve your query, we have Mr. Vaibhav Malpani with us, who will be sharing his insights on where should I run my stuff, choosing computing options. So a brief introduction about our speaker. He is a Google developer expert for Google Cloud Platform and also cloud developer at Insido. And also, do you guys know Vaibhav is also a biker? So we will let him take over the stage. Let's have a huge round of applause for him.
Hello. Yeah.
Able to see your slides here.
Okay.
Down. Okay. And इससे आगे पीछे.
Hello. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Yeah. So this is the last session. I hope you are all excited and not sleepy. Yeah. So this excitement is if you want to go, or are you excited for the talk? So I've heard that if you are not attentive in this talk, you are not getting goodies, right? Yeah. So I'm going to ask questions, and if you don't answer, no goodies. So all the cameras and all the organizers are watching. So listen to this. You have questions at the end, okay? So my name is Vaibhav Malpani, and I'll be speaking about where do I run my stuff. Before that, I like to ask, how many of you have actually built or deployed anything and on GCP? By raise of hands. Okay, not raise of hands, shout out, me. So a lot of people, and I can see a lot of people have not even tried out GCP. So what we'll do today is, at the end of my session, you will be having some idea, okay, should I go with which service depending on my use case? Because GCP has tons of services. You cannot use everyone, but you should know which one to use, right? Even though if you are students, you are professionals, you have to make these decisions no matter what. So a little, this is not working. Okay. So a little bit about myself, and you can go to my website and find my links, connect with me, ask me any questions that you have. I generally reply within 24 hours. So please connect with me on LinkedIn. What delay? So where should I run my stuff, right? It depends. It depends on a lot of things. And these are the few services that GCP has related to compute, which is Cloud Function, App Engine, Cloud Run, Kubernetes, and Compute Engine. So you can see a few things written at the right side of all those functions. We'll get to that at the end when we actually understand about each of those services. So you have to make right decisions, right? If you are not making, it could be the biggest mistake of your life. And as and when we go ahead, you will see that. So what are cloud functions, right? It's a serverless environment to build and connect cloud services. So how many of you know functions? What is a function? Shout, shout. I'm not able to see anyone. Just shout, me. So you know what is a function, right? For all the Java peoples, you know what is a method, right? So a method is supposed to do just one thing if you have written it correctly and not just put everything in just one function. So that's how Cloud Function works. It is supposed to do one singular thing which is in a very good way. So what we do is to trigger a Cloud Function, you have to have some event, and on basis of those events, it will trigger a function. So let's say an event could be PubSub, HTTP, Cloud Storage, any of those events. Now, Cloud Function is fully managed and you only pay for what you use. So let's say your function runs for 10 seconds, you pay for those 10 seconds and not for the whole year, right? And it is auto scales, right? So it also auto scales. And the billing model is usage based. So how much you use, you only pay for that. So what does a developer has to think about when using Cloud Functions? I can hear a lot of chit chat. Hello? At the end? Yeah. Please listen. And if you are talking, please don't make much noise. Okay. So what does a developer has to think about, right? Two things, which is events and the function definition. Event is on what event does it actually trigger my function, and once it triggers my function, what my function is supposed to do. This is all developer has to think about. He doesn't have to think about scaling, availability, all of those stuffs. So is it a good fit, and what are the constraints, right? So good fit, it is serverless, it auto scales, you can do small ETL jobs as well. The constraint is everything is function level. So let's say if your application has hundreds of functions, managing those 100 functions becomes a bit tough, right? And it also has to interact only based on events, and there is no other way to interact with the cloud functions, right? So that is one of the constraints, and one more constraint is specific language runtime. So if we have, let's say you want to build something on Python 3.11 when it comes out, let's say it gets released yesterday and you want to start using it today. You cannot do that because Cloud Functions has a set of versions that only you can use. So if you have to do, you'll have to do it on 3.8, 3.9, and you cannot use something that got released just yesterday. So that is one of the constraints that you have on Cloud Function. Next, we'll talk about App Engine. So App Engine lets developer focus on building the application code. You don't have to worry about, let's say, what will be my scaling, what will be my versioning, the traffic splitting. And App Engine is also called as serverless before it was cool. So App Engine was a service launched by GCP way ahead when we used to even speak about serverless and all those stuff. And again, the billing model here is usage-based, so you only pay for what you are using. So what does a developer now has to think about? He has to think about what is my code, what is the HTTP request that is getting to hit my code, and the versioning. So let's say you have deployed something version 2 of your application, and then there is some issue, and all the users are facing those issues, right? So what you have to do is, with few clicks, you can just move all the traffic from version 2 to version 1, and then fix whatever is the issue. So that's a very good feature that we have in App Engine. So one of those use cases, right? And it also scales to thousands of instances, so you don't have to worry about that. Now the only issue is you have standard runtimes, as we spoke about the same thing in Cloud Function. The similar applies here as well, and it is only HTTP or HTTPS basis. So that is one of the constraints with App Engine. Next, we'll talk about Cloud Run. So Cloud Run is serverless agility for containerized application. You get best of both worlds. So containers and serverless both in Cloud Run. This is one of my favorite services from GCP. So we'll speak about containers. How many of you know what are containers? Can someone say me what is, describe me in single line, what is a container? Anyone? Yeah, please. Yeah. So you don't have to worry about one line when you are using containers, right? Okay, so these are a few of the, yeah, you can please sit down. Thank you. So these are a few of the, the best cases that is good in performance, repeatability, isolation and portability and many more. But one thing that is good is you don't have to say this line, which is it works on my machine. If it works in your container, it will work in any other container, be it production or any other environment. So that's the best use case that you have for containers. And what Cloud Run is, taking those containers and having a serverless way to scale it. So it can scale to thousands of instances. It can have great concurrency. It will have SSL termination. So as and when you deploy to Cloud Run, everything, all the request and response are encrypted, and you only pay for what you use. So that's the very good use case. So what does a developer has to think about, right? A developer has to think, okay, my code has to be in a container image, and I have to build that container into an image, and then I'll also have to make sure my code is able to be accessed from HTTP requests, okay? And I mean, this is good and bad as well. So that is stateless, but in case if your application needs something stateful, that is not possible directly in Cloud Run. You'll have to have some Redis server or something else, and then you'll have to do it. So we'll talk about what are the good fits and constraints here. So good fit, stateless, it's good as well as bad. Like I told, depends on your application and what you want from Cloud Run. It can scale. One issue, right, we talked about earlier, right? You will have to have specific environment. that is not there in Cloud Run. Let's say tomorrow 3.11 is getting, Python 3.11 is getting introduced. You can just build a container image, install with Python 3.11 installed on it, build your application, use the latest feature that you have on 3.11 and run it. It won't be a problem. So that's a very good thing. And you don't have to also depend on any dependencies or all of those things. Now, the constraint is you have to use containers. Let's say you have an application which is not built on containers, or it is not, you cannot containerize it. That would be an issue. You will have to have your application built into a container. And you also have to now think about, okay, the build process, the cloud build, a lot of things Roman spoke about today, right? In the back end, it was actually doing all of those cloud builds and deploying it to Cloud Run. So next one is Kubernetes. Has anyone heard about Kubernetes? Okay. So before I go to Google Kubernetes engine, I'll speak about Kubernetes. So Kubernetes is the de facto platform for running containers. We also had one of the questions in the breakout one, right? Who's running Kubernetes? So Google, right? And so what is Kubernetes engine? So it manages your cluster. You don't have to think about the compute nodes, software updates. So let's say you are running a database on Kubernetes and you have to update that. It would be an easy thing for you. And also auto scaling. Now the billing model here is resource based. Let's say you have an application and no one else is using it. Still you will have to pay for those resources no matter what, if it's been used or not. So you'll have to choose Kubernetes only when you know that, okay, your application is going to be heavily loaded and you need to scale up and down based on that. So what does a developer has to think about, right? You have to think about the logical infrastructure. And you have to also think about the whiteboarding view. So I'll explain what whiteboarding view is. While building an application, right, you have to think about, okay, this is going to be my compute, this is going to be my database. Just think this is a whiteboard and I'm drawing here, right? So compute, a database, let's say this is my Redis cache, this is my OAuth server. So all of those things. If you are building that on Kubernetes, you are basically doing the same thing. So let's say I have to connect my compute to database. There is 2 lines of codes that you'll have to write in your YAML file, which will connect those things. So whatever you think, you have to actually put it in your YAML. So that is what we call whiteboarding view. So what programs, how are they connected, how do you store, etc., etc. So we'll now talk about what are the good fits. The good fits is, let's say you have a requirement that one of my server has to be in X location and one is to be in Y location. One has to be in A cloud service and one has to be in B cloud service. So you can do all of those things if you are using Kubernetes. And if you also want to have a CI/CD pipeline, so that's a good thing in Kubernetes. What are the constraints, right? One of the constraints is you still have to have containers. The second is licensing. So there are a few licenses which are machine specific. So let's say you have a license for one machine and tomorrow there is a lot of load on your application and you want to scale that. If you scale that to another machine, you will have to have license for another machine and which you wouldn't have, right? Let's say if you have only for one. So that's an issue, not an issue, but a constraint that you have. You'll have to think, okay, I might need 10 machines, so I'll have to have 10 licenses in place, even though if I'm using or not. And you'll have to have some architectural constraints as well. So next is compute engine. How many of you have used compute engine? I'm sure everybody has, right? How many? Okay, just one? Okay, so compute is just your own machine sitting on the cloud, right? So these are all the big fancy numbers like 224 CPUs, 179. So these are all the capabilities that you could build a a VM machine on. You wouldn't need so much in an ideal case. But what VM does, so you can just spin up a VM in 20 seconds. Let's say you have an application, be it containerized or not, copy that application, paste it on VM, run it, and you can say that, okay, I am on cloud. So technically you are, but technically you don't have any of the capabilities of cloud, right? So using compute is good depending upon the use case, which I'll talk about more in the upcoming things. And you also get access to, let's say, Windows or Debian, CentOS, all of those things. And again, the billing model is resource based. Even if you are using it or not, you have to pay the price. So more than just VMs, right? Like I spoke, you are technically on cloud, but you are not actually doing or having all the capabilities, the good capabilities from cloud. So what you can do is you can have containers, Dockers running on VM. So if you want to scale that, you can use something called managed instance groups, in which you will have a load balancer, and let's say you have only one compute engine. Tomorrow there is a lot more load on it. You can actually scale this VM to 1 to 2. So technically it will be a VM, but it will perform like it will be having 2 instances, and depending upon the load on each instance, the request will go to X or Y instance. So that is something you can do. Now what do you have to think about, right? How many of you have seen this cartoon, by the way? Can anyone name him? Okay. So what do you have? So you can see, right, he's always afraid. And when you put your application on a VM, I'm sure you'll be like this. Because you'll have to think about all of simple things, right? Your software, that definitely you have to think. But what is the operating system? Now let's say you want to upgrade your operating system. It's a big headache, right? To even update a operating system. What is the CPU? What is the RAM? All of those things. Let's say you want to increase your RAM from 16 to 32 GB. Again, it will be a headache for you that you have to do. And network, firewall, all of those things. So we'll think about all of those things in good fits and constraints. So good fit is, you can just pick up your existing system, put it on a VM. That's a very good thing, right? You can have lift and shift, it's what we call it, right? The license, yeah, you can also run databases there. One biggest constraint is you have to decide and handle your software updates on your own. Let's say you are using, how many of you have used MongoDB? Yeah, a lot of people, right? So let's say you are on MongoDB 3 point some X version, and it has now been depreciated and you want to move to 4. You have to have a downtime, update your MongoDB, then connect it. So all of those things you'll have to do manually, whereas if you are doing it on a managed service, it will be much easier and you don't have to even worry about it. It will just do it on your own. So now you know, right? Where do I run my stuff? Well, there is a lot to think about. But it's not over. I'll give you more things to think about. Remember this slide which we spoke about at the start, right? So I'll summarize each of those things. Cloud Functions, it is all event driven. App Engine, it's a web application. Cloud Run, it's event or web, and you can also have you also have the capability of running a containers. Kubernetes, it is completely containerized application, and your compute engine is just picking up your application and putting it on a VM. So you have found a good fit already, right? Now you know everything. I'll still say it depends, and it will depend on a lot more things. So abstraction level, technical requirement, and team organization. Till now what we spoke about was abstraction level, right? Now we'll also speak, so this was the abstraction level, right? If your application is completely on events, you can just use Cloud Function, versus let's say you have very specific capabilities, specific requirements, which is, let's say you want GPUs and TPUs. You cannot have a GPU on a Cloud Function. Let's say you have built a machine learning model and it requires a big GPU to even give the inference out. You will have to have a compute engine, or Kubernetes for that matter. And let's say you want to, you have built something using Windows Server, you will have to have a compute engine which will have Windows Server installed on it, and then only you can do whatever you want, right? So based on those requirements that you have, you will have to choose up and down this ladder. And also on the billing model, how much are you, how much do you want to spend, or how much are you able to spend? Depending, let's say the use case is not that much. Let's say the usage is as you are billing, right? So that's when you'll go for Cloud Function or App Engine. And let's say you don't want to depend on the usage. You just want to have the resource no matter what. You can go for Kubernetes resource and all of those things. It will also depend on the team. If your team is completely dev focused, you will like to have it on the upper end, which is the Cloud Function. And let's say you want to have a very particular thing, let's say we have CI/CD pipelines, I have to set it in XYZ manner only, then you'll have to go for Kubernetes and Compute Engine, depending upon how your team is, what is your team capability. Let's say you don't have a DevOps person onboarded on your team, you have a very short team, you can just go for simple things where you don't have to focus on the DevOps part, but you have to focus on the coding part. Right, and depending upon how new your project is. Let's say you are just starting out, you can go start with Cloud Functions, and let's say if you have some requirements, you can eventually turn down. And if you have a completely built existing application for, let's say, last 5 years, 10 years, and you just want to move it to cloud, you can just first start with moving it onto a compute engine, and then work your way around, way up to Cloud Function, or depending upon if the requirements is to up to Cloud Run. So it all depends upon what your project stage is. So you have the absolute moment of clarity, right? You have made the right choice. I doubt, right? You have to use them together. So even if you have used all of those things, it's not that, okay, I'll have everything on Compute Engine only, or I'll have everything on Kubernetes only. So as Yoda says, come together we must, or fall together we will. How many of you know this? Star Wars? Yeah. So this is how most of the system work in real time. So can someone name what are the first two ones? Just shout out. I'm not able to hear. Yeah, and the first one? Okay, so you can use those things together. Can someone name from the second column? Yeah, and what is the last one? Okay, okay, sure. So you can use combinations of all of those things and work your way around what works best for your application. For more info, you can go to these links. I've got few details from these links. And last, I'd like to thank you all for listening to my talk and being so interactive. You can connect with me here. I'd like to answer any questions if you have. Or do you just want goodies? Yeah, in the last two talks, there were no questions.
Anyone has
Thank you.
any kind of questions?
Yeah,
We have some.
please.
First of all, thank you for the session. It
Okay.
was quite insightful. And my question is, Kubernetes is traditionally it is meant for stateful applications. So how do we manage the, you talked about containers being stateless is better.
Yeah.
So how are the stateless containers managed with Kubernetes?
So what they do is they generally also have a Redis cache with them. So whatever the state is, so let's say you have 3 clusters, right? And if you get one request, you are not going to know this request is going to go to cluster 1 or cluster 3. But let's say the first, you are, think of a use case of chatbot. I have asked one question, it has gone to cluster number 1. And it has given me some context. Now I'll save this context with whatever your details is to a Redis cache. Now if you send something next question, which is related to the first one, so it will go to the cluster 3, for example. From cluster 3, I'll get to Redis, I'll understand, okay, there was some context that you have spoken about earlier. I'll get that context, I'll use that context, and then I'll reply to you according to that. So that is how they manage, but containers on its own, if you are having it in serverless fashion, you will not have the context, statefulness. Yeah.
Thank you for taking up the question.
Yep. Anyone else from the back? I can see just waiting to go outside. I think no questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an amazing session. Like even at the end, like audience really enjoyed, and you just re-energized everyone, like what I've seen. So big round of applause once again for sir, everyone. Now I would like to invite Tanushka, Manas, and Rohit to come and present the memento. Use round of applause. Okay, so you all must be thinking that session is over and you all are ready to leave, right? But abhi something is left out, okay?
Okay, so we have an activity. We'll be recording this whole thing. All of you are carrying your mobile phones, right? कोई ऐसा जिसके पास मोबाइल फ़ोन जो नहीं कैरी कर रहा हो? ठीक है, कोई नहीं. Okay, so what you need to do is we'll be switching off all the lights and there'll be dark and all of you have to raise your flashlight and just shout CCT Indore. Ready, everybody? Okay. Can we just...
And there is a one way to shout out like this. This is my flash. Okay. You have to shout out like CCD Indore. Okay. CCD Indore. On Indore,
There's
you
a
have to raise
pattern.
it more bigger. With coordination, let's see your coordination. Okay.
You need to follow that particular pattern that Anurag is saying.
Yeah. Shaking pattern. CCD Indore. Okay, lights off, please.
Lights off, on हो गए.
Just check if everyone's phone flash is working. Okay. I can see only few. Like, what about remaining? You don't have phone? Oh, nice. Woo!
Can we switch off all the lights, even the top ones?
Okay, so till the lights are being off, let's do a rehearsal, okay? Ready?
Let's see the pattern.
So, CCD Indore! CCD Indore! Nice, nice. It was rehearsal, just wait for a minute.
नहीं नहीं भैया ये
Everyone, किसी के फोन नीचे नहीं रहने चाहिए, okay? Else he might be. She also. Okay, so this is the best we can.
We
switch
cannot
off the
switch
lights.
off all the lights. We cannot. Okay, fine. So we'll go ahead with this only. Let's have a rehearsal first. Let's start. 1, 2, 3, start.
CCD Indore! CCD Indore! CCD Indore!
Okay, great. So let's start with it. नहीं 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 बंद करो बंद करो चल स्टार्ट करो अब कराएंगे और वो वीडियो
Okay, so now video time. Okay, as of
We'll
now
be
it was just
starting.
rehearsal.
हाँ we'll be starting the recording. Rahul recording. Okay ठीक है.
Okay,
अरे,
so
please switch off the lights. Technical glitches. Okay, let's start. 1, 2, 3, start.
everyone up. CCD Indore! CCD Indore! CCD Indore! CCD Indore! CCD Indore!
Woo! Big shout out to everybody. Great. So before we end the event, we have our GDG Cloud Indore team lead, Mr. Akash Gangrade. I would like to call upon Mr. Akash Gangrade. Without him, the event wouldn't have been possible. So give it up for Mr. Akash Gangrade. Woo!
Yeah. So as you can see, my name is Akash Gangrade. I am a GDG Cloud lead of Indore, and professionally I am a senior software engineer at Jeeves, which is a US-based startup. And you can follow me on Twitter. You can search me on LinkedIn, name Akash Gangrade, and we can connect. So, sorry. Hey, it's not working. Yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank all the speakers. They were really amazing. All the sessions were really good. And I would like to thank our whole team who have been working like tirelessly from past 1.5 months to make this event a great success. So these are our photos from past CCD and DevFest and team meetings and everything. So kudos to the whole team. Can we have a round of applause for them? Thank you. Also, you can follow us on like all the platforms. We have Facebook accounts, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn. So these are our handles like GDG Indore, GDG Cloud Indore, WTM Indore. You can simply search and you'll get the result. Or you can simply Google search as well. So you can follow us on all those platforms. This is our official platform, BV, so where you can register and you'll get all the updates of upcoming events. So you can scan it. The first one is for GDG Indore, and the other one is for GDG Cloud Indore. You can scan it and you can register. Let me know once done. I'll move to the next slide. Goodies wait kar rahe hain. All set? Cool. So the most important thing, feedback, which really matters for us. So please fill the feedback form. The only clause is, if you fill the feedback form, then only you'll get goodies. So please fill it. And yeah, I'll give you like 2-3 minutes for that. You can fill it, and that's it. Thank you everyone for coming. Thanks. Yeah, I'm sharing. So this is the feedback form, and thank you. See you on the next event.
So this is the link to our feedback form. It's the QR code. You can scan it and give us your valuable feedback. So after ending the event, before ending the event, I would like to thank everybody who has been a crucial part of this event. A special thanks to our entire audience for being such an interactive audience. So a big shout out to all of you. Thanks to our team, the entire team, the volunteers who were there every time that we needed them. And also thank you to our sponsors, our venue partner, Sayaji. Thank you everyone. So let's all meet in GCCD Indore 2024. Let's all meet over there. Till then, hip hip!
Hooray!
Hip hip!
Hooray!
Hip hip!
Hooray!
Woo!
We are
It was a
not
great
getting
event.
voice from back. Can we do it again? We are not getting voice from back. Okay, so.
Okay.
Hip hip.
Event
Hip,
is
hip.
ending. There's no energy left or what? चलो वापस से hip hip.
Hooray!
Hip hip.
Hooray!
Hip hip.
Hooray!
Great. Thanks for being a great audience. It was great having you all. Thank you so much for coming.